Hi everyone, I am Dream Into Wealth. I know people watching this are trying to fall asleep. How are you? And I hope you are okay in life. Listen to my story and make yourself comfortable. Also, if y'all like this kind of stories, please don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. The River of Coin. The rain came steady that night, steady the tick of a pocket watch, tapping on the roof of the old saloon, where a handful of us had dead by the hearth. The fire snapped, throwing shadows that danced across the worn floorboards. I leaned back in my chair, boots crossed, hat pulled low, and said, "Boys, you ever heard the story of Nathaniel Boone? Not the frontiersman, not the rifleman of the wilderness, but a different Boone, one who wrangled dollars and destiny the way others wrangle cattle. His was a trail not carved with spurs and six-shooters, but with banks, risks, and a stubborn grit that matched any cowboy that had lived. You see, Nathaniel Boone weren't born rich. His family scratched out a living along a river valley that never seemed to yield more than it tipped. His pa was a ferryman, rowing folks in wagons across the muddy water for a few coins, and his ma stitched clothes till her fingers blistered. Nathaniel grew up learning early that coin was a river, always flowing somewhere, never stopping, and if you were clever enough, you could learn to dam it, redirect it, or ride it downstream faster than the rest. While other boys chased wild horses or dreamed of heading west, Nathaniel carried a small ledger in his pocket. He'd jot down numbers, track what the ferries earned, calculate how many trips it'd take to buy a better boat. His pa laughed at him, calling him the little banker, but truth was, Nathaniel could see something most couldn't. Money was more than survival. It was power, freedom, and the means to build something that lasted longer than sweat in the dirt. Now, his first break came when the river flooded fierce one spring, sweeping away half the farms near town. Families were near ruined, crops gone, houses toppled. Nathaniel was just a lanky teen then, but he had an idea. Instead of letting folks go under, he convinced his pa to lend out ferry services for free on credit, he called it, promising farmers could pay once their fields grew green again. First, the old man cursed the boy's foolishness, saying charity didn't fill a belly. But Nathaniel argued, "Pa, if they drown now, they'll never be customers again. But if we keep them afloat, they'll pay us back tenfold." Sure enough, when harvest returned, every farmer that had leaned on the Boone ferry paid back with interest. Sometimes coin, sometimes grain, sometimes favors that opened new doors. That was the first time Nathaniel saw the truth of finance. Ain't about squeezing every nickel out of folks when they're weak. It's about giving rope, trusting they'll climb it, and knowing that loyalty yields richer dividends than fear it could. Word spread. Folks started coming not just for ferry rides, but for advice. How should I buy seed, Nathaniel? Should I take a loan from the store? He started running numbers for them, often ways to pool resources, to trade smarter, to cut waste. Before long, that boy was running a kind of riverbank without walls, and with every deal he learned the great truth, that coin, like water, obeyed those who studied its currents. As years rolled on, Nathaniel set his sights bigger. Railroads were slicing through the land, and he knew the river alone wouldn't feed a lifetime. He convinced investors to build a grain mill by the ferry, using that steady river current to power the wheels. Farmers no longer had to haul crops miles away. They could grind them right there, sell higher, and keep profits local. Boone took a cut, fair but firm, and reinvested. Soon, he owned not just the ferry, but the mill, the store that sold the flour, and the wagons that hauled it to market. But he weren't no greedy baron, not the type to gouge neighbors. His system was simple. He gave more than folks expected, and in return, they gave back loyalty, custom, and their trust. In a world where coin often flowed uphill to the few, Nathaniel built a valley where prosperity pooled and everyone drank. Now, it wasn't all smooth riding. Rivals tried undercutting him. One banker from the city came, often farmers' flashy loans with shiny contracts, promising bigger returns. Nathaniel saw the trick interest rates high, the vultures fly.
He stood up at the town hall meeting and laid it bare, exposing how those deals would chain folks to debt they'd never escape. The banker sneered, calling him a backwoods amateur, but when the townsfolk sided with Boone, that city fellow rode out under a storm of spit and curses. The rain outside picked up, rattling hard in the saloon roof, and I leaned in low to the fire. That was all the beginning, I said. Draw slow of the storm. Nathaniel Boone weren't satisfied with ferries and flour. He saw that finance could build not just a town, but a future, and he aimed to carve one bigger than any cattle king or railroad tycoon you ever read about.
The storm outside rolled on, thunder muttering across the plains like a restless spirit, and I let my words keep pace with it. Nathaniel Boone was not the type to settle once he tamed a corner of the river valley. No, sir. He had a hunger, not for wealth alone, but for the kind of legacy that stuck like an iron brand. The ferry and the mill had built him a reputation, but reputation, like a horse, if you don't keep riding it forward, it'll throw you in the mud. So Nathaniel fixed his eyes on something bigger, the iron veins of the railroad stretching east to west, whispering promise of markets far beyond the valley. Now, the railroad barons weren't kind men. They saw towns like Boone's way stations, leeches to be used and discarded once the tracks passed on. But Nathaniel knew the land better than any man with polished boots at a gold watch. He approached them, not at a beggar, but at a partner. "Run your line through my valley," he told them, "and I'll give you something no other town can, a steady supply of grain, timber, and men who'll keep your trains fed." He didn't come empty-handed either. He pulled coin from the townsfolk, built silos tall to the church steeple, and promised freight that never run dry. At first, the barons laughed. What was a Rivertown miller to them? But when their ledger started showing Boone Valley delivering more profit per mile than the richer counties, they bent tracks were laid, whistles blew, and suddenly that dusty bend of river was tied to the great web of commerce that stitched the nation together. Farmers who once scraped by selling to neighbors now had their wheat in city bakeries 200 miles away, all thanks to Boone deal. But Nathaniel wasn't just thinking of profit, he was thinking of people. He saw how the railroad brought strangers, merchants, laborers, even drifters. He set rules in town, no gouging travelers, no cheating newcomers. The tavern kept fair prices, the stores kept fair weights. It wasn't law by paper, but law by reputation, and that reputation became gold. Soon, traders passed over other towns to stop at Boone, knowing they'd get honest trade. Coin flowed not to Boone pockets, but to every soul in that valley. Still, every rise has its shadows. There were those who didn't let Boone weigh. City bankers saw him in a threat. A man providing credit without their say-so, loans without their fat interest. One even tried to buy him out, sliding a contract across the table in a smoke-filled room. Nathaniel just chuckled, pushed it back, and said, "Sir, my wealth ain't for sale. It tied to the hands of the people that built it. You'd be buying them, not me, and they ain't for sale neither." The banker left red-faced, but not beaten. Soon came schemes, counterfeit notes flooding the valley, bandits mysteriously attacking freight wagons, whispers spreading that Boone was using crooked numbers. For a while, it seemed the empire he'd built might topple, but Nathaniel had something stronger than contracts or gold: trust. The people knew him. They'd seen him ferry them for free in the flood, seen him grind their grain fair, seen him stand tall against vultures. And when a man proven himself that long, no whisper can undo it. The town stood by him, and the schemes collapsed like rotten barns. With the railroad steady, Boone set his eyes wider still. He began buying land cheap, acres others overlooked, swampy stretches folks thought useless. But Boone had read books, studied engineers, and he knew the future wasn't built crops and railroads. It was power. Water, coal, and eventually the strange new force folks called electricity. He dammed Verns of the river, built wheels that turned faster than any mill had, and lit lamps in town before ant cities even knew what bulbs were. Imagine it, an old frontier valley, glowing like a firefly in the night, lanterns replaced with glass bulbs that hummed with a steady current. Travelers spoke of it in awe, calling it Boone Miracle, Nathaniel. They sat by his fire at night, ledger in hand, hat hung low, not boasting but calculating. He knew wealth weren't the end, it was a tool, same as a lariat or a rifle, meant to shape the land, secure the people, and outlast the man himself. But I paused there, letting the crackle of the saloon fire fill the silence, watching the young drifters lean in, eyes wide. "You see, boys," I said slow, "wealth ain't about hoarding coin in a vault. It's about using it as Boone did, turning a flood into survival, a ferry into a town into a beacon. He didn't just build riches, he built something that breathed, something that grew with every man, woman, and child that joined the journey." The thunder rolled again, and I tipped my hat, and that why Nathaniel Boone name still drifts through campfires and rainstorms like this. the storm chew, but Boone had read books, studied engineers, and he knew the future wasn't built crops and railroads. It was power, water, coal, and eventually the strange new force folks called electricity. He dammed burns of the river, built wheels that turned faster than any mill had, and lit lamps in town before Ann cities even knew what bulbs were. Imagine it in old frontier valley, glowing like a firefly in the night, lanterns replaced with glass bulbs that hummed with a steady current. Travelers spoke of it in awe, calling it Boone Miracle. Nathaniel, he sat by his fire at night, ledger in hand, hat hung low, not boasting but calculating. He knew wealth weren't the end. It was a tool, same as a lariat or a rifle, meant to shape the land, secure the people, and outlast the man himself. I paused there, letting the crackle of the saloon fire fill the silence, watching the young drifters lean in, eyes wide. You see, boys, I said slow, wealth ain't about hoarding coin in a vault. It about using it Boone did, turning a flood into survival, a ferry into a town into a beacon. He didn't just build riches, he built something that breathed, something that grew with every man, woman, and child that joined the journey. The thunder rolled again, and I tipped my hat. And that why Nathaniel Boone's name still drips through campfires and rainstorms like this.
Proved the cowboy spirit ain't bound to cattle or guns. It can ride numbers, ride trust, ride the river of coin itself if a man's heart is steady and his hand is true. The years drifted on like smoke across the prairie. And Boone grew older, his shoulders stooped, but his mind sharp as a hawk eye. The railroad had long since been laid, and the glow of his electric lamps drew visitors from far corners. But that every old-timer knows, progress don't pause for any man. The world beyond the valley was thundering, ahead oil derricks rising high in Texas, steel towers piercing the skies of northern cities, automobiles rattling down dirt tracks that horses once ruled. To men, these changes spelled fear, but to Boone, they spelled another kind of frontier. He'd never worn blinders, not in his youth ferrying folks across the flood, and not in his twilight years. He knew that wealth, if left sitting, grows stale like bread left by the fire. So Boone turned his eye to oil, though his hands had grown more callous from ledgers than from ropes. He sent scouts down to the southern plains, hired geologists who spoke of rock layers and black rivers beneath the soil. Most townsfolk thought he was crazy, sinking coin into hex in the ground when his mills and railroads were already paying fine. But Boone had always been a gambit of the long road.
And sure enough, one day the ground shuddered, and up came a fountain of crude that painted the sky dark as a crow wing. The valley had its first well, and soon the name Boone was tied not only to grain and light, but to the black gold that fueled a new century. Yet Boone never lost sight of the folks who gave him their trust. He didn't hoard oil rights in secret. Instead, he carved them up fair, letting families lease their acres with contracts simple enough for a farmhand to read. Some became wealthy overnight, others gained steady royalties that kept their tables full through winters. Where rival oil towns grew greedy, Boone Valley grew steady, bound together by fairness. That, more than the oil itself, drew people in droves. Families packed wagons to sell under Boone promise, if the land feeds me, it'll feed you too. But every bright fire casts a long shadow. Rival magnates, men with polished boots and city law books, tried again to worm into his valley. They came with smooth words, often buyouts of land and promises of faster development. Some locals wavered, their eyes glittering at quick money, but Boone rode to every farm, hat in hand, voice plain and steady. You can sell to them, he'd say, and watch your children inherit nothing but regrets. Or you can stand with me and we'll make sure your grandchildren sit at tables, sturdy the ones we built together. His words carried weight, not because they were grand, but because they were true. Most chose to stay, and the valley held firm. By then, Boone's health was failing. Nights by the fire saw him coughing, his once iron frame bent by years of strain. Yet his eyes gleamed when he looked upon the town he'd raised from mud and flood. Where once there was a ferry rope and a hand-cranked mill, now stood brick streets lit by lamps, schools filled with children, libraries with books carried by train from distant cities. Men in suits rode automobiles down roads that once were wagon ruts, and still, at the heart of it, Boone's name carried the trust of entire people. He called a meeting one autumn, gathering townsfolk in the wide hall by the station. Rain tapped steady on the roof, for he rose slow, leaning heavy on a cane carved from river oak. "My friends," he began, voice worn but steady, "I built all I could. Not alone, but with your hands, your faith, and your sweat. Soon I'll lay this burden down and another generation will carry it. But hear ye clear, don't chase wealth for its shine. Wealth ain't the coin in your pocket, it the bread you share, the light in your neighbor window, the trust you guard, let a sacred flame.
Guarding this valley I'm at home. Even the hard men, ones who'd wrestled freight with swung axes till their hands bled, wiped tears on their sleeves. They weren't that mourning the frailty of an old man who was pledging to carry on the creed he'd hammered into the bones of the valley. Nathaniel Boone passed before the first snow in his cabin by the river that had once threatened to drown him. His funeral drew crowds that filled the streets, farmers standing shoulder to shoulder with merchants, children clinging to their mother, travelers bowing heads though they'd never known him. And when the preacher spoke, his words were simple. He ferried us across the waters and will keep ferrying others in his name. In the decades that followed, Boone's legacy didn't fade. His town grew into a city, oil rigs humming, mills still grinding, trains whistling into the night. But through every boom and bust, folks remembered his creed. They set it in stone on the courthouse. Wealth is trust made visible, and long after his grave, weather, his story lived on. Not in books alone, but in the way neighbors lent a hand, in the way contracts stayed fair, in the way the valley never forgot its roots. Even now, sitting by the fire, with thunder muttering like it did in Boone Day, I tell his tale so young drifters can hear it. Not 'cause I expect them to become railroad barons or oil kings, but 'cause every soul got a river to cross and a valley to build. And if they listen close, maybe they'll learn that true wealth ain't measured in ledgers, but in the lives you lift with it. The children of Boone did not inherit just land and oil rights, but a creed etched into their marrow like the grain of seasoned wood. His eldest, Clara, had the mind of a scholar and the spirit of a pioneer. While most women of her time were told to keep to hearth and home, Clara was raised under Boone eye, learning ledgers before she could sew and mapping river bends before she could embroider. When her father coughed him from the valley, she stood tall, dress hem damp from the riverbank, and declared she'd carry his torch. Some scoffed, thinking the valley would crumble under a woman leadership. But Clara had inherited her father's steady hand and sharper still, his refusal to bend when trust was at stake. She modernized the valley in ways Boone himself never dreamed. She brought in schools for girls, saying no mind should sit idle for want of education. She studied the new art of electricity, learning from engineers fresh out of the cities, and turned Boone lamps into a network that reached every farmhouse, every barn, every street. Where once light was a luxury, Clara made it a promise. Farmers who once rose before dawn with lanterns now plowed under electric bulbs that stretched their days and eased their work. And when townsfolk marveled, she reminded them, this is not charity. This is investment in ourselves, in our children, in the creed that wealth is trust. Her brother James took a different path. Where Clara looked at schools and science, James had an eye for trade. He traveled beyond the valley, riding the rails Boone once dreamed into existence. He struck deals in Chicago booming markets, studied the rise of steel and automobiles, and bought back knowledge instead of greed. James was clever with contracts, but unlike the city slickers who sought to outwit and swindle, he made agreements so fair that partners lined up to do business with him. He insisted that every new venture feed back into the valley, not siphon wealth away. Grain exports funded new hospitals. Oil profits laid sewer lines. Trade networks put shoes on children's feet. And then came the storm of 1929. The great crash swept across the nation like a plague of locusts. Fortunes evaporated in hours, banks shuttered, families lined up at soup kitchens in cities where skyscrapers had just risen. The valley was not immune. Oil prices plummeted, trains carried fewer goods, and panicked whispers spread that our Boone had built might tumble like a house of cards. Clara and James stood before the people, weariness in their faces but steel in their voices. We cannot control the storm, Clara told them by lantern light in the courthouse, but we can control how we hold to each other. She opened the valley reserves, setting aside grain to feed the hungry, oil profits to pay for work programs instead of letting men idle. James tore up contracts that would have bled partners dry, choosing instead to forgive debts and carry losses together. Rival bankers taught them fools, saying mercy had no place in business. But in the valley, no family starved, no child went without shoes, no neighbor lost their home.
While cities crumbled under the weight of mistrust, the valley endured. The legend of Boone deepened, not just as a man who ferried folks across a flood, but to the spirit that lived in his children's choices. Newspapers wrote of the valley that wouldn't break, a small dot on the map whereas cooperation triumphed over panic. Economists visited, scratching their heads, trying to measure how trust could be more powerful than gold. They never understood, for they measured wealth in numbers, not in bonds between souls. When the dust storms of the 30s rolled in, the valley bent but did not rake. Farmers shared seed, families pooled labor, and when harvest failed, they leaned on Clara schools and James trade lines to find work beyond the cracked earth. The creed held them steady, a lantern in the blackest night. Years later, when Clara herself lay old and tired, she called her children to her bedside. The river outside still whispered the same song Boone once heard, and Clara's voice was frail but unwavering. Your grandfather gave us more than land and oil. He gave us a creed. Wealth is trust. You will see wars, you will see crashes, you will see inventions that I cannot imagine, but never forget, the measure of our fortune lies not in what we keep, but in what we give, in what we guard for each other. Her words were carried down like scripture, written not in books, but in the daily choices of the people. The valley thrived again in the years after, carrying Boone's spirit across generations. They did not avoid hardship, no man nor town does, but they faced it together, and that was their treasure. And so, under the glow of the lamps that Clara spread beside the rails, James strengthened. Through the storms that shook the nation, the creed endured. A cowboy once ferried folks across a raging flood, and his children carried that lantern through decades of storms, proving time and again that true wealth was never the gold in the ground, but the light in each other's windows. The third generation came of age not in the dust of fields or the soot of oil rigs, but in the roar of engines and the hum of factories. Boone's grandchildren inherited a world teetering on the edge of war, where the very notion of trust was tested on a global scale. The valley young men marched off in uniforms, and never to return, while those who stayed behind found themselves manning machines in hastily built plants, turning raw materials into tools of battle. Clara's schools, once thought a luxury, now churned out skilled minds who could read blueprints, calculate loads, and wire communications. James trade networks, once local, became lifelines to the nation, funneling grain, oil, and steel to ports that fed a war effort oceans away. At the heart of it stood Boone Creed, whispered by mothers to their children, painted in whitewash on barn walls, recited by weary workers in the glow of factory lights. Wealth is trust. When rationing came, the valley organized with a fairness rarely seen. Families who had a surplus of sugar traded with those who had none. Neighbors carpooled when fuel was scarce, making sure no one was cut off from work or supplies. The war years tested the nation's patience and humanity, but the valley, though scarred, did not falter. When peace finally returned, so too did prosperity, but with it, temptation. Highways cut through the land, bringing sleek cars and restless youth. Cities called with their promise of bright lights and fast fortunes. Some whispered that the creed was old-fashioned, a relic for a slower time. Why bind yourself to neighbors, they asked, when the world was bursting wide open? Yet even a few left chasing opportunity. Many stayed, bound by the memory of floods, crashes, and storms endured together. It was Boone's great-grandson, Henry, who found himself straddling both worlds. Educated in the city, fluent in the language of investors and bankers, he returned to the valley wearing tailored suits instead of cowboy hats. To Azza, he seemed like a stranger, too polished for the dusty roads which Boone once ferried wagons. But Henry carried in him the same marrow of trust. Even if he spoke it in new ways, he saw that the world was shifting from railroads and oil toward machines powered by currents unseen, toward information carried in signals rather than sacks of grain. While others scrambled for personal gain in this new era, Henry built cooperatives. He invited farmers to pool their cerns into credit unions, so no man had to beg from distant banks. He created community-owned utilities, ensuring that electricity and later telephone lines stretched even to the farthest hills. When the first whispers of computing reached the valley, Henry insisted the schools teach it, not for profit but for preparation, saying Boone lit lamps so our nights could be longer, now we must light mine so our future can be brighter. There were struggles, of course. Not all agreed with Henry's vision. Some thought he spent too freely on schools and clinics. Others grumbled that profit should not be shared so widely. Yet each time the valley faced a challenge, the creed guided their hand. When floods returned in the late 50s, sweeping away barns and fields, neighbors formed bucket brigades, just as Boone had once ferried wagons. When markets wavered, the cooperative shielded families from ruin, spreading risk instead of hoarding wealth. As the 60s dawned, the nation fractured with protest and unrest, but the valley remained a peculiar island of balance. Young men marched for civil rights and returned to towns, but no neighbor turned them away at a diner. Veterans of wars spoke of unity, and though disagreements flared, they never turned violent. Trust was the valley currency, and it was more valuable than dollars. In the evenings, under neon lights now strung their lanterns once burned, old-timers told stories by firelight, reminding children of Boone Ferry and Clara schools. The children listened, sometimes with half-fed ear, distracted by television or radios crackling with distant voices. Yet deep down, the story rooted itself. Boone Creed was less a tale and more a compass, one that guided even those who didn't realize they carried it. By the 70s, Henry Hare had silvered, and he walked slower, but his eyes remained sharp. He watched as factories gave way to offices, as the hum of typewriters began to compete with the clatter of tractors. So greed crept at the edges, corporations circling like hawks, and he reminded the valley again and then that their wealth was not in the numbers on a ledger, but in the hands they clasped, the promises they kept. When he passed, the funeral was the largest the valley had ever seen. Farmers, teachers, machinists, bankers, children, all walked side by side to lay him to rest beside Clara, James, and Boone himself. The river whispered peace it's always had, carrying their legacy forward. And the children, Boone great-great-grandchildren now, lifted the creed once more. In a world of satellites and silicon, of markets rising and crashing at dizzying speeds, they returned each time to the simple truth: wealth is trust. The campfire still burned in their stories, even if the world beyond had grown neon and strange. The rain still fell on their tin roofs, drumming the same rhythm Boone once heard. And in long ends they remembered, the valley remained rich beyond measure. The late 20th century came rolling in like a storm across the plains, restless and unpredictable. The valley that Boone once ferried across now found itself tethered to wires strung higher than windmills, signal flying faster than any horse could gallop. The children of Henry and their children after them found themselves not only tending cattle or grain, but staring into glowing screens that promised fortunes in blinking numbers. It was a world far removed from Boone Ferry or Clara chalkboards, yet the echoes of their creed still whispered under the hum of electricity. Wealth is trust. At first, the valley seemed untouched by the fever of globalization. The fields still bloomed in spring, the orchards bore fruit, and the town square still smelled of fried dough during the summer fairs. But slowly the winds carried change. Outsiders came not with wagons or steam engines, but with briefcases and satellite maps. They spoke of investment, of buying parcels of land not for planting or raising livestock, but for building warehouses that would ship goods across oceans. The younger generation, curious and restless, listened with ears tuned to promise. Yet even in the face of these grand offers, the valley remembered the lessons carved into its soil. Community meetings grew long and heated. Some argued that selling to outsiders would bring jobs, opportunities, and wealth like never before. Others feared it would hollow out the trust that bound them. The debate carried late into nights, lanterns flickering in barns turned into makeshift halls, voices echoing under rafters older than anyone in the room. There was a boy named Daniel, Boone's great-great-great-grandson, who finally shifted the tide. Barely 20, he stood with a cowboy stance but carried in his pocket not a pocket knife, but a portable computer. He was of both worlds, to ride the old trails and navigate the new digital highways. He proposed something neither side had considered: to build their own. Instead of selling to corporations who cared little for the Valley Creed, they would form a cooperative once more, this time not for grain or oil, but for information. Skeptics laughed at first. What did farmers know of satellites, of data, of markets that flickered red and green in real time? But Daniel reminded them that Boone had known nothing of fairies until necessity demanded he build one. That Clara had faced sneers before she taught letters to children who would one day hold the nation together. That James had walked into train stations with nothing but nerve and a handshake, building trust where none had existed. If the valley could survive floods, crashes, and wars, why not the storm of globalization? And so they built. Not barns this time, but server rooms. Not with hammers and nails alone, but with cables and code. The valley pooled its funds, neighbors, once again placing faith in each other instead of distant strangers. Young men and women who had once left for cities returned, bringing back skills in computing, engineering, and design. They wired the valley with their own hands, ensuring no home, no matter how far in the hills, was without access to the new digital frontier. The wealth that followed was different than before. It did not weigh down shelves like ledgers or clink in pockets like coins. It flowed invisible, faster than any river Boone had crossed. Yet it was real. Families who once measured prosperity by the size of their harvest now measured it in opportunity. Children attending universities across the world, small businesses connecting with markets continents away, doctors using networks to bring treatments once thought impossible. But with this prosperity came temptation once more. Venture capitalists circled, offering sums so large they seemed almost absurd. Sell, they whispered, and live lives of comfort without worry. Some in the valley wavered, their eyes gleaming at the thought of riches. Yet the creed stood tall, etched not only in memory, but now in the code of their cooperative itself. Profits must serve the community, and trust must guide every ledger. The outside offers were turned away, politely but firmly. Daniel became a figure much like Henry before him, both praised and criticized. Some paid him a fool for refusing easy money. Others hailed him mean, the guardian of the creed. He bore it with a steady calm, often retreating to the old riverbank where Boone had once ferried wagons, sitting under the willows and reminding himself that the water still flowed the same that it had generations before. When the oil crisis struck in the 70s, the Valley Cooperative weathered it better than most. When the markets crashed in the 80s, the community pulled each other through, loans forgiven, food shared, no family left in ruins. And when the tech boom of the 90s came roaring, the Valley did not chase it blindly. They harnessed it carefully, building businesses that served not dead profit but purpose. By the turn of the century, the Valley was no longer just a place on a map. It was a legend told in boardrooms and classrooms alike. A place where cowboys rode alongside coders, where barns and servers stirred side by side, where wealth was measured not in dollars alone, but in the strength of trust that bound them. Travelers would come, sometimes expecting to find a relic of the past, only to discover a community blazing ahead into the future, guided by a creed older than any machine. And in the evenings, as neon signs flickered and computer screens dimmed, families still fed by campfires, telling stories of Boone, of Clara, of Henry, and of Daniel. The children listened, wide-eyed, hearing not that history, but inheritance. The rain still pattered on tin roofs, and the fire still crackled in the night, carrying with it a truth steady as the stars above. Wealth is trust, and trust is forever. The 21st century arrived not at a thunderclap, but as a steady hum of machines and voices crossing invisible wires. The valley, now known beyond its borders as much for its data cooperative as for its fertile fields, faced a world reshaped by digital empires. Children who once learned to ride before they could read now learned to type before they could tie their boots. Screens glowed in kitchens where oil lamps once flickered, and neighbors could call to one another not only across fences, but across continents. Yet still under this new light, the old creed remained, tested in ways Boone or Clara could never have imagined. Daniel the cooperative had matured into a living organism, one that pulsed with activity day and night. Servers hummed in air-cooled barns, and fiber-optic lines snaked beneath the soil alongside roots and rocks. But with this new infrastructure came new challenges: cyber thieves, corporate spies, and the relentless flood of information that threatened to drown out truth itself. Where once a dishonest trader could trick a man with a rigged scale, now an entire community could be deceived by false numbers on a screen or a rumor spread in seconds to millions. The younger generation bore the weight of these new dangers. Among them was Sarah, Daniel's granddaughter, sharp-eyed and steady-voiced, with a talent for unraveling lies hidden in code. She became the valley guardian of truth, much like her ancestors had guarded ferry schools or oil derricks. With her team, she built systems that traced the lineage of every transaction, every byte, ensuring that trust would not be corrupted by shadows. They dotted the clear ledger, a digital descendant of the notebooks Boone once kept under lantern light, and it became a shield against deceit. But no shield is perfect. In the late 2000s, when the financial crisis swept across the globe, the valley felt its tremors. Families outside their borders begged for aid. Jobs vanished overnight and trust everywhere seemed fractured. Some in the valley argued it was time to retreat, to protect their own wealth and let the outside world fend for itself. Yet Sarah reminded them that Boone had ferried strangers across waters, that Clara had taught children not her own, that Henry had built rail lines to connect rather than divide. To abandon others now, she said, would be to abandon the creed itself. It is a fleet creed Marmative extended its hand. They opened their clear ledger to outsiders, not for profit, but for survival. Small towns across the country, devastated by the collapse, found refuge in the transparency and fairness the valley offered. At first, many doubted how could a rural cooperative rival banks and institutions that had stood for centuries. Yet when those same banks fell while the cooperative endured, trust flowed toward the valley like water to a basin. By the time the dust settled, the cooperative was not local.
It was national.
With growth came fame, and with fame came scrutiny. The valley found itself on magazine covers, its leaders interviewed on networks watched worldwide. Some hailed them visionaries, others painted them as obstacles to corporate power. Offers arrived in, larger than of, from companies that spanned the globe. Sell, they urged, and live forever in wealth. But Sarah and her counsel turned them down, and Daniel had before. Wealth without trust, she said, is sand without mortar. It crumbles the moment you lean upon it. The years rolled on, and the valley weathered storms, both literal and digital. When wildfires tore across the West, the cooperative networks coordinated supplies faster than governments. When hurricanes battered coasts, their clear ledger ensured donations reached hands in need without being siphoned by greed. And when pandemics swept across the globe, shutting borders and sowing fear, the valley became a beacon. Through screens, their leaders reminded the world that trust was not a relic of the past, but a lifeline for the future. Still, even the strongest creed must be renewed with each generation. Sarah's children grew up not on horseback or in fields, but with fingers dancing across keyboards. Some feared they might forget the campfires, the smell of rain on dust, the weight of stories told under stars. Yet every summer, without fail, families led by the river, fires burned bright, guitars strummed low, and the old tales of Boone, Clara, Henry, James, Daniel, and Sarah were told once more. Children leaned close, their eyes wide, hearing not just history but instruction. Wealth is trust, and trust is theirs to protect. By the dawn of the 2020s, the Valley story was no longer confined to one land. Cooperatives across the world sprouted in its image, each adapted to its own soil, culture, and need. Some in Africa used it to track water rights, ensuring fair distribution in drought. In Asia, small villages used it to preserve ancient trades against industrial exploitation. In South America, farmers banded together to demand fair prices in markets long skewed against them. The Valley Creed, once a whisper by a campfire, had become a chorus sung in dozens of tongues. And yet, in quiet corners of the valley itself, a question stirred: had they gone too far from their roots? Were they still the same community that once built ferries and schools with their own calloused hands? Or had they become something too vast, too abstract? For a creed did simple and wealth is trust to hold. The doubts were not voiced in boardrooms or conferences, but around kitchen tables and campfires, where the real soul of the valley always resided. And it was in those places, under rain on tin roofs and sparks rising to stars, that the creed found renewal. Not in contracts, but in voices, in promises spoken by flesh and bone. For though the tools had changed, quills to ledgers, steam to steel, servers to satellites, the heart of the matter remained. Wealth was never the ferry, nor the oil, nor the railroads, nor the service. Wealth was the neighbor who would row you across a flood, the teacher who would give you letters, the friend who would betray you for a handful of coins, the child who would stand in a storm and say, "We will not sell." But as the campfires burned, the rain tapped steady against the earth. The valley knew this truth had carried them for centuries and would carry them still. The 2030s arrived like a flood through a narrow canyon, fast, overwhelming, and reshaping everything it touched. Technology leapt forward in ways that seemed almost like magic to the older folks who still remembered a time before dial-up internet. Artificial intelligence didn't just write ledgers and balance books. It spoke in voices, wore faces, and sometimes even convinced whole towns that it was a person standing in their midst. For many places in the world, trust fractured under the weight of this new age. A neighbor face on a screen might be no neighbor at all, but the invention of a clever algorithm. A signature on a contract might carry no hand behind it. The valley had long prepared itself, even if it hadn't realized it at the time. When Sarah and her generation had insisted on the clear ledger, they laid the groundwork for a shield strong enough to meet these shadows. Every voice, every face, every agreement within the valley passed through chains of verification older than the children who used them. They could not stop lies from being whispered, but they could stop lies from wearing the mask of truth. In a world where even eyes can deceive, Sarah once said to her council, "We must hold fast to the proof that cannot." The valley became a refuge again, this time not just for farmers or small towns, but for entire cities reeling from deception. Mayors from across the nation came calling, asking how to protect their people from deepfakes that sowed riots, from scams that emptied banks overnight. The cooperative opened its systems, but not without caution. "We will teach you how to weave your own nets," Sarah explained, "but we will not cast them for you. Each community must tend its own trust." And so began a new wave of cooperatives, modeled after the valley but adapted to modern needs. Some served sprawling cities, others small villages perched on mountainsides or stretched along coasts. All shared one principle: wealth is trust, and trust is safeguarded when no one hand holds all the power. Yet even in the valley, storms said, climate change, long spoken of in cautious tones, became a daily reality. Summers burned hotter, winter swung wilder, and rains came either too heavy or not at all. Fields that once fed thousands cracked dry and flooded months later. Families who had lived on their land for generations found themselves weighing whether to leave. And beyond their borders, millions of climate migrants sought two homes, pressing against walls, laws, and fears. The valley faced a choice. Some argued they had done enough, that they had opened their creed to the nation, even the world, and that it was time to protect what they had left. But others, remembering Boone Ferry and Clara's schoolhouse, argued that to deny help now would be to betray everything they had built. Sarah, old now but still sharp, stood before the community one last time. Her voice was weather but unshaken. When waters rose, Boone built a ferry. When ignorance threatened, Clara lit a lantern. When despair came, Daniel planted hope. The creed is not ours if it is not given. If we close our gates, then we are no different than the empires that fell before us. So they opened their arms once again. Migrants came by the hundreds, then thousands, and the valley stretched to meet them. It was not easy. Tensions flared, resources strained, and families whispered of betrayal. But at campfires and under rainy nights, elders told the old stories, and newcomers listened, their faces lit by flames. Slowly the creed bound them, not by blood, but by belief. A man from far across the sea, who had lost his farm, now worked side by side with a valley child, both recording their hours into the clear ledger. A mother who had fled a drowned city taught the valley children songs in her native tongue, songs that wove into the valley's own music until they were indistinguishable. By the mid-2030s, the valley was no longer just a valley. It was a tapestry of peoples, a mosaic of tones, yet united by the creed that wealth is trust. And in proving it could expand without breaking, the valley showed the world something remarkable. Trust did not need borders, but Nodod welcomed this truth. There were powers core in governments and shadow networks that thrived on division and falsehood. They launched attacks not with armies but with code, trying to tear the cooperative apart from within. Whole networks were flooded with lies designed to make members doubt one another, to spark suspicion between neighbors. Some nights, the valley screens lit with chaos, balances erased, names scrambled, contracts reversed. It was then that the next generation rose. Sarah's great-grandson, Eli, who had grown up tinkering with lines of code the way Boone once tinkered with wood and nails, stood with his peers. They built new defenses, weaving AI not as a threat but as a shield. They created programs that could not trace truth, but explain it so that every farmer, every teacher, every child could understand why a number was real or a rumor false. They called it the Lantern in honor of Clara, and it spread clarity through the fog of deception. By the late 2030s, the valley was more than a cooperative. It was a movement, global in scope, but rooted always in those first campfires. From the plains of Africa to the highlands of South America, from coastal cities to mountain villages, communities adopted not just the systems of the valley, but the spirit. They lived by fires or under storms, telling their own stories of trust, building their own wealth not in gold or oil or stocks, but in the unshakable bond between people. And through it, the valley remembered the simplest truth of all. No machine, no market, no empire could outlast the wealth built by neighbors who would betray each other. That truth was older than any ledger, and it burned steady, like a campfire under endless rain. The 2040s dawned with a horizon wider than the earth itself. For centuries, humankind had dreamed of stepping beyond their fragile cradle, but now rockets were no longer rare wonders, they were lifelines. Cities strained under heat and flood, governments argued over shrinking soil and rising seas, and corporations saw salvation not in repair, but in escape. Moon colonies rose to new frontiers, and Mars bore the scars of the first settlements carved into its red dust. Yet for all the grandeur, mistrust walked hand in hand with progress. Contracts written on Earth seemed to vanish in the cold of space. Corporate charged fortunes for oxygen, while miners found themselves bound by debts deeper than the caverns they dug. Once more, wealth had been twisted into a tool of chains. But the valley had prepared for this age, though no one had foreseen it fully. The clear ledger, the lantern, and the creed that wealth is trust, these were not bound to soil or sky. When a group of valley-born engineers journeyed to the orbital stations, they carried not just tools but ideals. They showed the workers there how to record hours fairly, how to share oxygen credits without middlemen taking their pound of flesh, how to build a community even in the vacuum of space. At first, the corporations sneered old folk tales they called the creed, campfire nonsense fit for children. But when strikes broke out, when whole sectors of Mars ground to a halt as workers refused to dig without fairness, it was the Valley Creed that lit the path forward. No trust, no wealth, the workers said, and their voices carried across the stars. Back on Earth, the Valley faced its own reckoning. It had become a symbol too powerful to ignore, and symbols draw enemies. Propaganda swirled like locust claims that the cooperative was a cult, that its ledgers were tools of control, that its leaders hid riches while preaching equality. None of it was true. Yet truth no longer traveled faster than lies. The Valley answered not with anger, but with openness. They broadcast their ledgers, let any who wished audit their systems, invited skeptics to sit by their fires and see for themselves. Some came with suspicion and left with trust. Others refused, for distrust had become their wealth. Still, the Valley did not falter. Amid all this, the younger generation began to ask questions older voices had avoided. Was trust alone enough to sustain wealth in a world where land itself was disappearing? Could the creed hold when the earth was reshaped beyond recognition? These questions were not accusations, but reckonings, the kind of testing every truth must endure. And so they experimented, not by tearing down the old, but by building new layers atop it. They wove ecological credits into the ledger, rewarding those who restored forests, captured carbon, or rebuilt reefs. They measured wealth not just in hours worked, but in futures secured. For the first time, the cooperative began to treat the earth itself as a member whose trust must be honored. This shift was not without struggle. Some valley farmers bristled at being told to change practices their families had held for generations. Others feared that by valuing nature directly, they might devalue in effort.
But built fires and in long assemblies, they worked through the doubts, yet tests their ancestors had. Slowly, the idea took root. To betray the earth was to betray each other. By the late 2040s, this idea spread outward at wildfire. Communities in flood-prone islands used the system to track and reward collective defenses. Villages on drought-scorched plains tied water usage to shared responsibility. Even cities, long thought too fractured to adopt such principles, found that their citizens craved something real beneath the glitter of advertisements and hollow promises. The Valley Creed had become not just a defense against deception, but a framework for survival. Yet even in it thrived, the Valley faced its gravest test. A global crash struck, a collapse not of markets or banks, but of climate itself. Crops failed across continents, supply chains shattered, and millions more were forced from their homes. Governments fell, replaced by fragile coalitions, and warlords rose where it failed. The valley was spared the worst by foresight and cooperation, but it was not untouched. Its granaries thinned, its patience strained, and for the first time neighbors whispered of keeping what they had rather than sharing further. It was then that Eli, Sarah's great-grandson, stood before the people once more. He was older now, his hair silver, his hands lined from years of coding and labor alike. Yet his voice carried with the same steadiness that had rocked Sarah long before him. Wealth is trust, he said, and trust is proven when it costs us something. To shay when the barns are full is kindness. To shay when the barns are near empty. That is the creed itself. His words did not fill the granaries, but they filled hearts. Families chose to give when fear told them to clutch, and that choice rippled outward until the valley endured. By the end of the decade, and new seeds bred for harsher climates began to take root, the valley stood taller than before. It had not conquered the world, nor had it solved every crisis, but it had shown that trust could survive famine, deceit, even the void of space. And that, more than any gold or empire, was wealth. The 2050s brought with them a sobering realization. Humanity stood at a crossroad with no easy turn. Earth, battered but not broken, demanded healing. At the same time, colonies on Mars and orbital stations pressed forward with their own destinies, building lives that could not simply be tethered back to the old planet. This tension between staying and leaving, between restoration and expansion, weighed heavily on the Valley Cooperative. For the first time, its creed was asked to speak not only across borders, but across worlds. Could wealth as trust hold when oceans separated people, when entire planets stood between them? The Valley answered not with decrees, but with listening. They convened what came to be known in the Great Assembly, a gathering both physical and virtual, where representatives from Earth-crumbling coasts, Martian mining outposts, and orbital engineers sat in circles, sometimes under the valley lanterns, sometimes through holograms flickering with faint delays. Voices clashed. Earth advocates argued that pouring resources into space was folly while their rivers dried. Colonists countered that they could not simply abandon the new lives they'd built, that they too sought stability and dignity. Yet amid the noise, a quiet thread emerged. Both sides spoke of trust. Earth needed trust that colonists would abandon their homeworld, and colonies needed trust that they would be used these mere outposts to enrich Earth alone. From this tension grew a radical idea. The cooperative proposed a covenant of ledgers linking Earth and space into one trust-based network. Colonists would log not only their labor, but also their promises. A portion of Martian resources would be dedicated to Earth restoration, while Earth communities pledged to provide knowledge and tools to sustain life beyond. It was not charity, but reciprocity. To prove the covenant's seriousness, the Valley transmitted its old wealth reserves, carefully accumulated over generations, into the shared ledger, binding its fate to both Earth and Mars alike.
Skeptics scoffed at first, claiming no creed did bind the ambitions of worlds. But the years passed, the covenant held, becoming the first true interplanetary compact not born of corporate contracts or national decrees, but of mutual trust. On Earth, the cooperative turned its eyes to what many believed impossible, restoring the soil. Deserts stretched wider than any remembered, and once fertile plains lay cracked beneath merciless suns. Yet through alliances with scientists and farmers alike, the valley tested new approaches. They harnessed bioengineered fungi to bind soils, wove networks of solar stills to capture water, and, most importantly, built systems of trust among farmers to share these fragile resources without greed. Villages in sub-Saharan Africa, once devastated by famine, began to feed themselves again by adapting these methods, not but of outside aid alone, but as communities trusted one another to uphold the system. Each harvest logged into the shared ledger stood deep proof, not dead of food grown, but of trust kept. Meanwhile, the colonies faced their own trials. Mars remained harsh, its thin atmosphere unforgiving, its soil reluctant to yield crops without constant engineering. Disputes broke out over oxygen allocation, over which habitats received priority during shortages. The corporations that had once controlled everything still tried to reassert dominance, demanding high prices for life itself. But there too, the Valley Creed seeped into practice. Workers created air commons tracked through ledgers, distributing oxygen fairly and resisting the monopolies that once bled them dry. When crises struck, an unexpected solar storm that threatened entire settlements, neighbors who might once have hoarded their reserves instead shared them, trusting the ledger would react and that others would do the same in return. Yet the 2050s were not years of peace alone. Old powers resisted the spread of the cooperative creed. Governments accused it of undermining national sovereignty. Corporations painted it an enemy of progress. In one infamous attempt, a conglomerate tried to build a counterfeit ledger, promising fairness while secretly coding in privileges for shareholders. At first, many fell for the trick, but when the deception was uncovered, outrage spread across both Earth and Mars, and the phrase "false trust is theft" became a rallying cry. The cooperative transparency, open ledgers visible to all, proved its greatest shield. Deception could wound, but it could not outlast truth exposed to light. The decade closed with a moment few thought possible. A coalition of Earth communities, Martian settlements, and orbital stations signed what they called the Charter of Trust, a document less about law and more about shared commitment. It declared that wealth was not to be hoarded but honored, not to be measured in scarcity but in faith kept. The Valley did not claim leadership over this charter. Instead, it served a steward, a keeper of the flame. Its lanterns still burned in the valley, but their glow now stretched across worlds, carried not by fire but by faith. And yet the 26th dawned, a new question rose like a storm on the horizon. Will trust endure when humanity began looking not just to survive but to expand without limit? For ambition is a restless fire, and the stars themselves had begun to whisper of wealth beyond imagining. The 2060s carried with them both hope and unease. Earth had begun to heal in places thought forever lost. Those scars still stretched across continents like reminders of past neglect. Rivers once dry flowed again, not that they had centuries before, but steady enough to sustain life. Forests sprouted from reclaimed deserts, aided by mycelial webs and patient hands. People had learned that restoration was not the quick work of a generation, but the patient faith of men. Yet even as Earth stitched itself together, humanity gazed lifted higher, past its skies toward the silent abundance of the asteroid belt. Riches unimaginable lay waiting meadows, rare on Earth, ice that could fuel colonies for centuries. The first expeditions began then. Collaborations. The Valley Cooperative helped organize crews not by nationality or corporation, but by trust. Teams were assembled like families, bound by ledgers that promised fair shares and fair risks. At first, the creed held a mission to Ceres returned with cargo of water ice distributed evenly across Earth and Mars needs. Another to Vesta yielded metals that strengthened both habitats and Earth rebuilding cities. For a moment, it seemed humanity had learned from its long history of greed. But ambition is a tricky horse to ride, and by the mid-2060s, cracks began to show. Corporate, once thought weakened, returned with new vigor. They saw the cooperative successes not as proof of a better way, but the opportunities ripe for capture. They lured crews with promises of greater shares, with private ledgers hidden from the public eye. Some teams defected, and for a while wealth flowed into vaults unseen by common folk. The temptation of limitless resources tested the very heart of the creed. How would trust be kept when the stars offered more than anyone could account? Why share when there was seemingly enough for all to hoard? The valley responded not with force, but with story. Elders reminded young miners and explorers that unchecked greed had nearly destroyed Earth once before. They told of rivers poisoned by profit, of cities drowned by storms born of arrogance. And slowly, a new ethic emerged, and scansion must mirror restoration. If Earth was to heal through reciprocity, so too must space. It was not enough to mine an asteroid, one had to give back to ensure its bounty served more than oneself. Colonies began adopting a practice they hold, returning the weight for every resource extracted. A portion was set aside for common good, logged into the covenant ledger. Water from Ceres was pledged to drought-stricken villages on Earth. Rare metals were allocated first to habitats most in need, not to those who could pay the highest price. Still, resistance persisted. By the late 26th, a shadow war brewed in the belt. Corporate fleets clashed quietly with cooperative vessels, not with weapons of fire, but with sabotage, hacking, and deceit. Entire shipments vanished. False entries appeared in ledgers, only to be exposed later by communities trained to verify and cross-check every record. The cooperative nearly fractured under the weight of mistrust, yet it endured, not that it was perfect, but because it allowed even betrayal to be faced openly. Every theft revealed, every deception confronted, became fuel for resilience. Trust is tested in storms, the elders would say, but storms pass, and what is true remains. Meanwhile, Earth's younger generations grew restless. They had been raised in the shadow of restoration, taught patience and humility, but they hungered for more. Many left for Mars, for orbit, for the belt, carrying with them both ambition and doubt. Would the Valley Creed vow them, or would it fade? They reached farther from the lanterns of home. The answer came unexpectedly from those who had left longest Zodiel, the Martian-born. By the 2060s, an entire generation had grown under red skies, never having walked Earth's soil. They paid themselves children of dust, and at first they resisted Earth influence, claiming independence. Yet when faced with corporate exploitation, they too turned to the creed. They adapted it, reshaping it into a Martian tongue. Dust remembers, to them, wealth was not just trust, but memory. Each act logged into the ledger a promise that their struggles, their sacrifices, would vanish like dust storms on the plains. Their interpretation spread like wildfire across Mars and into the belt, binding distant communities not just by trust, but by the assurance that their lives mattered, recorded, and honored. The 2060s ended with a symbolic act. A massive asteroid rich in metals had been claimed by rival corporations who threatened to monopolize its bounty. Cooperative crews, Martian miners, and even disillusioned defectors joined forces to seize control, not through violence, but through a coordinated withdrawal of labor. For months, the asteroid sat idle, its riches untouched. Yet workers across the belt refused to move it unless entered into the covenant ledger. Eventually, the corporations relented. The asteroid bounty was logged into the shared system, distributed fairly. Historian would later call it the strike of silence, a moment when humanity proved that trust would outweigh greed, even in the face of bounden temptation. As the 270s dawned, lanterns in the valley burned brighter than ever. They were joined now by beacons on Mars, glowing fungi in asteroid habitats, and holographic fires in orbital stations. The creed had survived not debt's scarcity but abundance. It had proven itself not as a relic of hardship, but as a guide for ambition. Yet whispers stirred anew. Beyond the belt lay the gas giants, their moons teeming with possibilities, their storms promising both danger and wealth beyond imagination. The question lingered in every circle, every ledger. Could trust stretch that far, across distances where even light itself took hours to travel? The 270s began with humanity's boldest leap yet expeditions to the moons of Jupiter and Saturn. Where the belt had tested trust through temptation, these distant frontiers tested it through time. Communication delays stretched beyond comfort. Minutes became hours. Hours became days. Messages sent from a Jovian station often arrived when crises had already shifted, leaving communities to decide alone, yet still tethered to a covenant that relied on shared accountability. For the first time since its creation, the ledger faced the question of distance. Could trust survive without immediate witness? Could honesty endure when no one could verify it until much later? The moons themselves offered wonders that dazzled even seasoned explorers. Europa icy shell gleamed like glass beneath Jupiter's storms, while hidden oceans beneath promised the possibility of life itself. Ganymede, larger than Mercury, offered veered for generations, its magnetic field a rare gift in the outer system. Saturn Titan unveiled rivers and lakes of liquid methane, alien yet strangely familiar in their patterns, drawing settlers eager to tame its skies. To each of these places, humanity carried not that machines and domes, but the creed of the covenant ledger. Every outpost installed its own lantern, whether flame, fungus, or hologram, at a declaration, here too we trust. At first, progress seemed steady. Crews reported discoveries back to Earth and Mars, entering resources into the ledger as faithfully as their ancestors had with cattle, grain, or water. Ice from Europa's surface was pledged to supply distant habitats. Energy from Titan methane was logged not to personal gain, but a common wealth. But the strain of distance soon revealed fractures. A Jovian station reported far less ice than its own log suggested had been harvested. A shipment from Titan arrived weeks late, its cargo diminished without explanation. When the ledger queried these inconsistencies, replies came delayed, wrapped in justifications. Storms had interfered, systems had failed, records had corrupted. Each excuse might have been true, yet suspicion grew. Without immediate eyes, without the comfort of quick verification, doubt crept into frost. It was then that the covenant evolved once more. Outposts began to assign memory bearers, individuals entrusted not with wealth itself, but with the task of carrying stories of transactions in their own voices. These memory bearers recorded not the numbers, but the context of exchange, who gave, who received, under what circumstances, and why. Their testimonies, transmitted alongside the data, became a new layer of accountability. They could not prevent deceit, but they made lying heavier, costlier, because a false entry meant corrupting not just numbers, but a story carried by a living voice. To the settlers on the far moons, this felt natural after all. They were cut off from immediacy, and story was key, truth endured. As the decade wore on, something remarkable happened. The children born under the shadow of Jupiter and Saturn began shaping the creed in ways no Earth-born would have imagined. For them, distance was not a barrier, but a reality. And so they adapted the idea of trust itself. Trust is not about seeing, one young Ganymede poet wrote, but about believing that unseen hands still hold the rope. This phrase spread like wildfire across habitats, carved into walls, etched into suits, whispered over comms. It reframed the covenant ledger not as a record of numbers, but as a rope stretching across worlds, binding communities that could never meet face to face. Yet not all shared the faith. By the late 2070s, a faction emerged, settlers hardened by isolation, who argued that distance freed them from obligation. They peed themselves sovereigns of the outer dark. Their ledgers were private, their lights dimmed, their trades hidden. They prospered for a time, hoarding methane, rare minerals, even biological samples from beneath Europa ice. But with prosperity came paranoia, and with paranoia came collapse. Isolated from the covenant, they found themselves without allies when their systems faltered. A catastrophic reactor failure on Titan left one sovereign colony pleading for aid. At first, their distress calls went unanswered, for many believed they had chosen isolation. Yet eventually, cooperative crews arrived, not to punish, but to save. Their aid was not log-dead debt, but a memory proof that trust could extend even to those who had abandoned it. The surviving sovereigns, humbled, returned to the Covenant. Meanwhile, Earth watched with awe. For all its centuries of history, it had never imagined that trust could be stretched across billions of kilometers, yet in the cold expanse of the outer system, humanity was weaving bonds of story and faith stronger than any contract of law. Earth elders declared the 2070s the age of the rope, when trust ceased to be a fragile arrangement of proximity and became instead a cosmic inheritance. The lanterns of the valley burned still, but now they were joined by glimmers across the moons, faint and distant, yet visible reminders that even in the outer dark, the Covenant held. By the end of the 2070s, attention turned outward once more. Beyond Saturn lay Uranus and Neptune, cold giants with mysteries yet untold. And farther still, the Kuiper Belt, frontier of endless ice and hidden wealth. Whispers began of voyages stretching decades, even lifetimes. Could trust endure journeys where one generation departed and another arrived? Could a covenant bound in story survive not distance, but time itself? The question hung like a star this out of reach, daring humanity to continue. The 2080s dawned with a daring promise, not merely to reach, but to endure. For the first time in history, humanity prepared expeditions that would return within the lifetime of their crew. Generational voyages were no longer whispered speculation, but carefully charted reality. Vast colony ships, each a floating covenant in its own right, were constructed in the shipyards orbiting Ganymede and Titan. They were not machines built solely of steel and reactors, but woven of trust. Every corridor a ledger, every meal shared a covenant renewed. The departure ceremonies were solemn, lit not by fireworks, but by lanterns, hundreds of them, glowing in silence, hung along the hulls before launch. As the engines ignited, those lanterns drifted into space, forming rivers of light that marked the path forward into the dark. These voyages were unlike anything humanity had attempted. While the Belt and the Jovian moons had tested trust with distance, these journeys tested it with time. The knowledge was simple and yet overwhelming. Those who left would never see Earth, Mars, or Jupiter again. They would die en route, their children born into halls of steel, their grandchildren arriving at destinations unseen. What tether could hold across such spans? What ledger could outlast generations? To answer this, the architects of the Covenant introduced what they called the living ledger. Unlike the written accounts, or even the memory bearers of the Jovian age, the living ledger was embodied. Each generation ship point a circle of keepers of the rope, entrusted with learning not only the records of wealth, but the stories of why each entry mattered. They memorized, recited, and retold these accounts during communal gatherings, ensuring that every soul aboard grew up not merely reading trust, but hearing it in the cadence of living voices. The first years were fragile. Aboard the ship Eternal Lantern, which set course for the Kuiper Belt, tensions flared as supplies dwindled faster than projections. Rand were reduced, and whispers of miscalculation spread. Some argued the keepers had failed, that the ledger was flawed. But then, an elder recited the tale of the Valley of Lights, the famine of old Earth, and how communities survived not by hoarding but by doubling down on sharing. The memory soothed the panic, not by erasing the hunger but by contextualizing it. We are not the first to endure scarcity, the elder declared, and we shall not be the last. But the rope holds. Supplies were reorganized, sacrifices made, and the voyage continued. By the mid-2080s, these generational ships had developed their own cultures, blending the old with the new. Aboard the Starlit Covenant, children grew up playing games where they pretended to trade oxygen credits or ration slips, practicing fairness before they even understood survival. Aboard the Rope Bearer, lantern light rituals evolved into songs sung in long corridors, voices echoing the cathedral bells. These songs were less about wealth and more about reassurance, lantern to listeners that their suffer had meaning, their sacrifice a thread in a larger weave. It always, At the end of the songs came the refrain, "Trust is the rope, hold fast." But not our ships thrived. The Free Horizon launched with the same hopes as its sister vessels, fractured within 2 decades. Its leaders attempted to abandon the living ledger in favor of efficiency algorithms, claiming stories were wasteful distractions. They relied on cold computation to distribute wealth, believing fairness could be reduced to formula. At first, this seemed efficient. Ryan were exact, disputes rare, yet slowly resentment grew. Without story, without context, decisions felt arbitrary. Children learned numbers but not meaning, orders but not trust. When a catastrophic hull breach required collective sacrifice, some families abandoning their quarters to preserve life support balance, the absence of story left only bitterness. Why us, they asked. Why now? Without the rope of shared memory, no answer sufficed. The ship dissolved into factions, and within a few decades, its lights vanished from the sky. Its fate was a solemn warning passed down to the other ships. Wealth without story is brittle, and trust without memory cannot endure. Back in the settled system, Earth and Mars watched these voyages with reverence and fear. Reports trickled back, delayed by years but treasured nonetheless. Tales of songs, of scarcity endured, of births and deaths in the void, were broadcast to the old world, reminding even prosperous cities that survival was not wealth alone, but the covenant that bound it. Scholars on Earth began to argue that these generational ships were not merely expeditions, but experiments in the very nature of humanity. Could a people survive on faith alone? Could a covenant truly transcend both space and time? By the late 2080s, the first ships neared the Kuiper Belt. They sent messages describing a horizon of ice and wonder. Vast glaciers of frozen gases glittered like jewels in the dim sun, and ancient comets drifted silently, their surfaces etched with stories of creation itself. Here lay resources enough to sustain worlds, but more importantly, here lay the stage for the next evolution of trust. For if the belt and the moons had stretched the rope across distance, and the generational ships had stretched it across time, the Kuiper frontier would test whether trust could survive in true exile, so far beyond Earthpole that the old planet became little more than a myth. And so the covenant endured. Lanterns still burned in Earth valleys, but their glow was joined now by distant spark ships carrying children who had never seen soil, settlements lit by methane on Titan, and ice harvesters beneath Europa's shell. All bound by one idea, simple yet immeasurable, that wealth is not merely gold, ice, or energy, but the rope of trust that holds across darkness. The tuan tuan. The dinding stay said, "Reborn mit fest, at the lentu 9 miles wide this hour." But their glow was joined now by distant spark ships carrying children who had never seen soil, settlements lit by methane on Titan, and ice harvesters beneath Europa's shell. All bound by one idea, simple yet immeasurable, that wealth is not merely gold, ice, or energy, but the rope of trust that holds across darkness. The 200 ensigns arrived like the hush before a storm. The first colony ships that had braved the void to the Kuiper Belt began to decelerate, their massive drives cooling after decades of steady burn. For the children born aboard these vessels, the belt was not discovery but destiny. They had grown up with tales of icy horizons and glittering plains of frozen gases, recited in the songs of the living ledger. To them, Earth was a ghost and Mars a myth. Their covenant was not with planets of old, but with each other and the stars ahead. Yet the first habitats were carved into povertary bodies in ice caverns. A question arose that none had dared voice before: must the rope always lead back? For nearly a century, the unspoken truth had been that all wealth, all trust, all covenant stretched ultimately toward Earth and her memory. Even the Jovian moons, with their proud independence, still cast long shadows shaped by the homeworld history. But the Kuiper pioneers were different. They were born exiles, children of lantern ships who had buried their parents into black and grown into adulthood, never once feeling planetary gravity. Their voices carried no nostalgia. To them, the rope was not an unbreaker tethered to Earth. It was the covenant of the ship itself, the binding of neighbor to neighbor. Some began to whisper that Earth was no longer the anchor, but only a lantern glimpse of once upon a time, now too dim to guide them. The debate reached its first true spark aboard the Starlit Covenant, the largest of the early Kuiper settlements. Here, carved within the ice heart of a dwarf planet, tens of thousands lived in domed caverns lit by bioluminescent garns and plasma lamps. The settlement was thriving, rich in water ice and methane, their stores of oxygen and hydrogen secure for generations. A faction of the younger leaders, raised entirely in the void, argued passionately that the rope must be retied no longer stretching backward toward Earth, but woven anew in the belt itself. "We are not bound by the memories of soils we have never touched," one young orator declared during the lantern gathering. "Our covenant is with tomorrow, not yesterday. To hold to Earth is to hold to a shadow. Here, in this ice, we write our own ledger." The elders resisted, their voices frail but steady. To them, the covenant was not a rope to be discarded, but a continuity that gave meaning to sacrifice. "Without memory, wealth is hollow," an elder replied. "And without the rope tied to our beginnings, we are but driftwood in the dark." The debates were fierce, not violent, but cutting, echoing through cavernous halls like thunder. And for the first time, the living ledger itself came under strain. Some refused to recite the stories of Earth, focusing instead on the songs of the voyage and the struggles of the ship. Others doubled down, repeating Earth famines and recoveries with even more fervor. They if to cling harder the more the rope frayed. Meanwhile, survival pressed on, indifferent to philosophy. Life in the belt demanded constant vigilance. Ice storms battered outer habitats, and cosmic radiation forced engineers to dig deeper caverns. In these trials, the rope, whether tied to Earth or not, was tested in action, not argument. When a mining shaft collapsed, trapping 50 workers, the entire settlement rallied. Those who argued for independence and those who clung to memory dug side by side for days. When the last worker was pulled free, frostbitten but alive, the debate softened. The rope one rescuer whispered holds longer we hold each other. Yet the temptation of independence did not vanish. Other Kuiper settlements, particularly those on free drifting comets far from Starlit Covenant, began experimenting with their own systems of trust. Some abandoned the living ledger altogether, creating algorithmic councils that managed resources through neural computation. These councils distributed air, water, and heat with exacting efficiency, and for a time, prosperity reigned. But when a solar flare disrupted their data cores and no one remembered the oral rules of rationing, chaos nearly consumed them. In their desperation, they sent for aid from settlements that had preserved the old stories. It was a sobering lesson, is in memory. However imperfect, had kept humanity alive when numbers failed. Back in the inner system, Earth, Mars, and the Jovian moons received these transmissions with mixed feelings. On Earth, politicians feared the loss of influence. If the Kuiper colonies cut the rope, one senator warned, "We are no longer the center, but a story recited only out of courtesy." On Mars, however, as sympathized, recalling their own centuries-old struggle to assert independence. Jovian leaders, hardened by generations of scarcity, respected the courage of the Kuiper settlers but cautioned against arrogance. "The rope is long," they said, "but cut it at your peril. The darkness does not forgive pride." The Kuiper colonies, for their part, did not fully sever ties. Instead, they began to weave a new rope, one that tied to Earth, yes, but also to each other, and to the vast, icy frontier itself. They declared that wealth was no longer measured only by survival or resource, but by the ability to sustain memory while building anew. "To forget is to betray," a keeper declared during a great gathering, "but to cling too tightly is to wither. We are the rope itself, stretching between what was and what will be." And so, the 209 is closed not with severance, but with a new kind of covenant, one that accepted tension to strength. A rope, after all, is not a single line, but many strands pulling against each other, bound in friction yet holding fast. Humanity, well, like its survival, lay not in uniform, but in that very weave. The 2100s began with a silence that was more profound than the black of space. For the first time in human history, generations lived whose eyes had never once seen a sunrise over land, whose feet had never pressed against soil or sand, whose entire conception of horizon was the curve of a cavern wall lit by plasma or the faint shimmer of bioluminescent moss coaxed from engineered genes. In the Kuiper colonies, children grew beneath the icy shells of comets and dwarf planets, their lullabies not of birdsong but of reactor hums, their playgrounds tunnels carved into frozen nitrogen. For them, Earth was no longer the heart of memory but a distant myth, a tale sung by elders with voices trembling like candle flames in the vacuum.
Pick at these children, the rope faced its hardest test yet. The keepers of a living ledger, that often, sensing the weight of their burden, in cavernous halls carved from glacial ice, their stories echoed. Famine overcome, voyages endured, the rope tied in blood and trust. But Tete looked into the faces of the young eyes wide, eager, but blank of nostalgia. They wondered if memory was being stretched too far. If the rope fibers frayed in silence when there were no hands eager to grip it. We cannot tell them forever, of rivers they have never seen, one keeper lamented. Their world is the ice and the glow of plasma, not the soil of Earth. If we insist too hard, they turn away. So the colonies faced a choice. Some settlements doubled down. Building schools with the first years of life were steeped in Earth stories. Children memorized the shape of continents, the sound of rain on leaves, the legends of wars and recoveries. They painted murals of green forests they would never touch, and in doing so, bound themselves tighter to the covenant. But other colonies chose differently. In those places, children were taught first the language of ice, the ways to read cracks in frozen caverns, the signs of plasma conduits straining. Their songs spoke of reactor rhythms, of community in the void, of survival without soil.
Earth was vent, yes. Yes, but I would say preface. Rather than the heart, but we begin there. One teacher said, but we live there, and the rope must tie where our hands actually grasp. This divergence did not remain quiet. The living ledger itself began to split, for the first time in memory. During great gatherings, avid keepers told the stories in full, reaching back to Earth rivers and deserts, while others began their recitations with the voyages alone, cutting the soil from the song. Voices rose against voices, not in hatred but in sorrow, each fearing the other path was betrayal. If we cut Earth away, one keeper thundered, we are no longer human, only wanderers of ice, beasts that forgot their origin. Another replied, if we cling too hard, we bind our children to shadows. They must know their own light or the rope snaps from strain. Meanwhile, survival continued its relentless lessons. Radiation storms flared from distant suns, their waves of invisible fire seeping into caverns despite meters of shielding. One settlement, too shallow in its ice, lost hundreds to sickness before aid would arrive. Others endured ice quakes that tore entire tunnels apart, forcing families to flee deeper into frozen crusts. In each trial, the rope, whether memory heavy or present bound, was tested in flesh and breath. And always it was the hands of neighbors pulling neighbors, not philosophies, that saved lives. The children, watching their elders labor together, began to learn not from sermons, but from sweat. That the rope was not a sealed strand of story, but the binding of effort shared. Yet the debates did not fade. They sharpened when emissaries from Earth and Mars arrived in the belt, their ships bringing supplies but also their own demands. Earth wanted tribute, symbolic if not material, to reaffirm its primacy. Mars, prouder and less sentimental, argued for alliances of equals, for trade routes independent of Earth. The emissaries spoke to the colonists with carefully chosen words, but the children listened and heard the weight beneath them. For many, Earth's insistence on tribute only confirmed their suspicion that the homeworld clung not out of memory, but out of fear of being forgotten. And so the belt tightened its weave inward, whispering in icy halls that perhaps the true rope was no longer tied backward at all, but outward, to each other and to the stars beyond. The pivotal moment came during the great confluence of 2109, when representatives from dozens of Kuiper colonies led the starlit covenant. The caverns glowed with plasma lamps, and children danced in circles beneath the arches of carved frost. Here, for the first time, the question was put openly. Shall we declare ourselves bound still to Earth, or shall we declare a new covenant, one tied to the belt alone? The hall fell into a hush so deep that even the reactor hum seemed distant. Elders wept, they spoke of rivers and rains, while youth lifted their voices in defiance. calling for independence. And then, from among the children, a boy stood and said simply, "The rope is us. If we forget earth, we betray. If we bind only to earth, we betray. The rope is not what we tie to. It is how we hold one another." The hall broke into murmurs, then silence, then song. That night the living ledger was rewritten, not by erasing nor by clinging, but by weaving. Earth remained in the stories, honored and remembered, but so too did the voyages, the caverns, the plasma lamps, the icequakes survived. The rope grew not thinner but thicker, each strand adding strength. Yet for the first time in a century, the colonies felt not torn between shadow and void but whole, that if the rope itself had accepted its nature, tension woven into resilience. The 2100s had only begun, but a new wealth had already been found, not the wealth of soil, nor of ice, nor even of memory alone, but of weaving itself. And as the campfires glowed in caverns and the rains of earth remained only in song, humanity stepped forward again, its rope stronger for the struggle. The 2100s opened at the slow crack of dawn, faint and uncertain but undeniable. The belt colonies had endured their great reckoning, had chosen not to sever nor to bind too tightly, but to weave. Yet weaving every hand that tied rope knew was on the beginning. A rope is strongest not when coiled upon itself, but when flung outward, tested by weight and distance. And so, in this decade, the people of the ice began to look beyond their caverns, beyond even the cook of frozen bones, to the true void between stars. The dream was no longer merely survival. It was expansion. The first whispers of becoming not wanderers of ice alone, but voyagers of eternity. The seeds of this shift were practical, as they always were. Population pressures grew. Despite the harshness of life, families multiplied, and tunnels that once echoed with lonely footsteps now rang with children, laughter, and labor. Caverns expanded deeper into the ice, but each kilometer demanded energy, shielding, and resources that strained reactors and exhausted miners. The belt had learned much of balance, but balance is delicate, and the scale was tipping. It was whispered in gatherings that if growth continued unchecked, the rope might snap not from neglect, but from being pulled too taut in too small a space. Expansion was not idealism, it was necessity. The first expeditions were modest, probes fashioned from comet ice and reactor steel, rigged with experimental drives that drank fuel of thirsty oxen. They were aimed at the nearer stars, Proxima Barnard Star Tau Ceti, not with hope of arrival in a sea a lifetime, but to lay the groundwork to test if humanity's hands could still throw the rope beyond sight. Reed's answer was enduring. The children of the belt cheered tears that probes were launched, streaks of plasma lighting up the cavern's sky screens. In those moments, for the first time, the colonies felt themselves not trapped in a frozen cradle, but standing at its edge, peering outward. Fatigued probes traveled, whispers of crude voyages soon followed. The youth were restless. For them, the ice was not exile but home, yet even home could become a cage. They wanted stars of their own, places where their generation could carve caverns anew, not merely inherit those dug by their elders. Some argued fiercely against it. "We weave tighter now, not looser," warned one keeper. "Every hand is needed to maintain what we have built. If too many strands pull outward, the rope will fray again." Yet the young replied, "The rope is not weakened by stretching. It is strengthened when it pulls from many directions, long in the weave holds." And so the great debate of 2115 began. In ice halls and plasma-lit chambers across the belt, the question was raised. Do we invest in interstellar voyages now, or do we bind ourselves tighter until our grip is unshaken? Elders argued that patience had saved them a century before, that rushing outward would scatter strength. Youth countered that patience could also wither, that if the rope was never cast outward, it would rot in its coil. There were tears, there was anger, but there was also an undercurrent of something new, not despair, but determination. They no longer argued about whether the rope could hold. It had held through famine, icequakes, memory splits. Now they argued only about how far it could reach. Meanwhile, events forced their hand. The year 2117 saw the Great Flare, a solar eruption from a distant but massive star whose radiation, carried across light years, bathed the outer belt in storms unseen in generations. Shields faltered, caverns cracked, crops of engineered algae withered, losses were heavy, and for a time despair threatened. But the aid caravans crossed the ice, the people saw with new clarity. Survival demanded redundancy, demanded not just deeper caverns, but new outposts, further flung. The void itself was teaching them. Do not huddle too close, for a single blow can rake a cluster. Spread the rope, tie it wide, and its tension will save you. The response was swift and decisive. The belt unified resources as never before. React to a pool, technology shared, and the first true generation ship was laid in blueprint. The Enden Weave. Unlike the probes, it would not race for speed. It would carry families, generations willing to live and die in transit, their children destined to arrive. Its hull would be grown from comet ice, layered with metals mined from the belt-rich's cores, and its drive would be an engine of fusion steadied by learnings from a century of plasma toil. More than a ship, it was a statement. We are no longer wanderers by accident. We are voyagers by choice. The announcement lit the Beltic wildfire. Some wept with pride, others with fear. Parents clutched children knowing they might leave and never return. Youth volunteered in droves, eager to be first to carve their own caverns under alien suns. The keepers torn finally blessed the effort, but with a solemn warning. Do not weave too hastily. The rope is strong, but only if the strands remember each other. Carry the ledger with you in heart and in voice, or else you arrive with nothing but ice in your veins. And so for the first time, the living ledger was copied in full, not only in memory and song, but in etched data crystals stored aboard the endless weave into one name. The caverns dead, the ship was christened. Plasma lamps painted the ice in auroras, and children sang the old songs beside the new, songs not of rivers or caverns, but of journeys unending. The ship engines roared once, a promise rather than a departure, for its launch would take years to prepare. But in that roar, every colonist heard the sound of the rope being thrown outward once more, towards stars unseen. The 2110s closed not with certainty, but with momentum. The belt still struggled with survival, still grieved its losses, still argued in halls of frost. But it did so with eyes no longer fixed on backward, nor only inward, but outward. The rope stretched, and though its fibers groaned with tension, it did not snap. Instead, it sang, a low hum in the void, a reminder that humanity wealth was not in soil or stone, but in its unyielding reach for the next horizon. The 220s dawned with a silence heavy east snow. For though the belt hummed with its usual life, plasma engines sparking, miners singing low hymns in the tunnels, children laughter echoing through carved caverns, there was an undercurrent of anticipation, of breath held for something greater. The Enden Weave was no longer blueprint or dream, but structure, its skeletal frame gleaming in the void, tethered to the ice as if reluctant to let go. Workers in suits like glimmers of frost darted along its surface, welding plates, testing conduits, anchoring memory cores. The belt had built great caverns, sprawling farms, reactors that held suns in their palms, but never before had it tried to build a home meant to drift centuries into the dark. And so each bolt hammered, each seam fused, felt like a prayer whispered to ancestors and unborn descendants alike. The debates of the 2110s had not vanished. Though the decision had been made, voices still rose in cavern halls, questioning the wisdom of casting families into centuries of travel, of scattering strength when survival was not yet certain even eve. But the ship itself had become more than a vessel. It was symbol, and symbols bend argument, it flame bends shadow.
Wagner. This man is low hum in the void, a reminder that humanity's wealth was not in soil or stone, but in its unyielding reach for the next horizon. This 220 is dawned with a silence heavy east snow, for though the belt hummed with its usual life, plasma engine sparking, Miners singing low hymns in the tunnels, children's laughter echoing through carved caverns. There was an undercurrent of anticipation, of breath held for something greater. The Indian weave was no longer blueprint or dream, but structure, its skeletal frame gleaming in the void, tethered to the ice as if reluctant to let go. Workers in suits like glimmers of frost darted along its surface, welding plates, testing conduits, anchoring memory cores. The belt had built great caverns, sprawling farms, reactors that held suns in their palms, but never before had it tried to build a home meant to drift centuries into the dark. And so each bolt hammered, each seam fused, felt like a prayer whispered to ancestors and unborn descendants alike. The debates of the 2110s had not vanished, though the decision had been made. Voices still rose in cavern halls, questioning the wisdom of casting families into centuries of travel, of scattering strength when survival was not yet certain even. But the ship itself had become more than a vessel. It was symbol, and symbols bend argument that flame bends shadow.
To abandon it now would be to abandon the very belief that the rope could stretch further, that humanity could be more than clustered ice. And so even those who muttered their doubts labored still, for to weaken the weave was to dishonor the whole. Training for the crew began in earnest. Young men and women, born in caverns that had never seen sunlight, now prepared to carve new caverns in worlds unseen. They learned not only the science of engines and biology, but the songs of memory, the ledger cadences, the histories that must not be lost when the ship course carried them past recall. Old keepers sat with youths by fires, voices quavering as they spoke of the first famine, of the split of memory, of how the rope had held. The young listened with reverence, but also with a fire of their own. "We will carry it further," they whispered. "We will braid new strands into the weave." It was not rebellion. It was continuation, a daring acceptance of inheritance. The year 2123 saw the greatest test led, the powering of the fusion core. Where once caverns had shivered in cold, now a sun was kindled within the icebound hull, a blaze that would outlast lifetimes if it held true. There were failures at first. Conduits burst, shields faltered, and more than once the void lit up with plasma blooms. Test engines failed catastrophic. Each time, voices in the caverns rose in fear. The rope will fray. It stretched too far. But each time, engineers and welders returned, hands steady until the fire was caught, not wild but harnessed. When at last the ship heart burned steady, a low thrum that carried through docking struts into the ice itself, the people there, pressing hands to cavern walls to feel it. It was if the belt itself now had two hearts, one of ice, one of flame. Meanwhile, within the caverns, change rippled. The announcement of the end and weave had not merely inspired those destined to leave, it altered those who would stay. The thought that humanity's children would step onto alien worlds made daily toil lean less like survival and more like legacy. Farmers tended algae beds with greater patience, knowing they fed not just mouths but a story. Miners drilled ice veins as each code carved a rung in a ladder to the stars. Even disputes seemed softened. For who could argue long over water quotas when one cousin or child might soon ride a comet-hauled ark into forever? But there were dangers yet unmastered.
The great silence of 2125 struck terror for months. Communication from the end and weave systems flickered, then ceased entirely. Caverns whispered that perhaps the void had swallowed the ship before it launched, that humanity's reach had been presumptuous. Teams worked day and night, tracking signals, repairing relays, and finally the ship heartbeat returned. A pulse of data so simple that so profound, it was met with tears and songs echoing through ice halls.
The silence had reminded them, that expansion was not destiny. It was risk, fragile in a glass, in the dark. By 2127, selection of the first voyagers had begun. Families these in trembling pride and fear, and names were thought. Each chosen was both honored and mourned, for they would return even messages. Once the ship passed beyond light reach would take centuries. Farewells were carved in ice, songs recorded in memory crystals, heirlooms pressed into young hands. Mothers wept, they cut strands of hair to be sealed in keepsake orbs. Fathers clasped shoulders hard enough to bruise. The chosen wept too, but their eyes shone like stars, for they knew their lives would be thread in the rope cast furthest that. The 21 to Assisi, clothed with the ended weave, tethered still, but alive. Its engines hummed, its caverns glowed faintly with habitation lights. Its halls echoed with the footsteps of those who would be its first generations. Departure loomed not the dream, but inevitability. The belt, once a people who had barely clung to survival, now stood on the edge of scattering themselves to the stars. And in the stillness before that great untying, a hush lay over the ice. Not despair, not fear, but awe. The rope was taut, straining outward, and though no one yet knew if it would hold, all would feel its song. A deep, thrumming note in the void, older than any cavern, younger than any star.
The 2130s began with a sound-led thunder, the kind that rattled no caverns yet reverberated in every chest. On a day etched into every ledger man 2130 felt, the great clamps unfastened, and the end-led weave was no longer bound to the ice. It drifted outward first, like a hesitant child stepping beyond the hearth glow. Then, with steady certainty, its engines ignited. A plume of blue fire flared, long and bright, fading into the black as the ship eased into its course. Caverns across the belt went quiet as the tether snapped, not physically, for no rope could span that dark, but symbolic. The moment when, for the first time in remembered history, part of the people had left beyond recall. The first transmissions from aboard were joyous, trembling with awe. Voices of young voyagers, filled with disbelief at the sight of stars unobscured by ice or plasma glow, spoke of endless night not at the cage, but at expanse. They described walking halls that hummed with a living sun, fields of algae bathed in soft light, hydroponic orchards whose fruits tasted of promise. Children born aboard in those first years cried their first cries into recycled air, but those cries were answered with songs that braided the old belt cadences with new ones, birthed among stars. The ledger expanded, new chapters written not in caverns but in corridors drifting through infinity. Yet for those who remained, silence grew heavier. At first its row of signals flowed easily, the light delay mere seconds, then minutes, either ship distance stretched. But distance is inexorable, and by mid-decade, conversations that once felt alive grew strained. A greeting might take hours to return. A story told to a cousin aboard the weave might receive laughter only the next day. By the end of the 2130s, delay had grown to days, and families bed around receivers not for conversation, but for messages from the past, already memory by the time they arrived. Mothers listened to children who by the time their words arrived were months older. Lovers whispered to faces that would hear them until seasons had passed. The caverns themselves changed in rhythm. Where once own hands turned toward survival, now a new duality emerged. The keepers of the ice, who preserved and strengthened the belt, and the watchers of the rope, who tracked the arc as far as their instruments did. Vast observatories carved into icy cliffs tracked the faint glimmer of engines as the ship receded, while mathematicians calculated orbits, courses, possibilities. They charted where the ship might one day find harbor in the Oort-scattered worlds, in far comets, in stars beyond Sol itself. To watch was to believe that though the tether stretched thinner, it remained unbroken. There were, of course, those who railed against it. By the mid-2130s, voices rose calling the ended weave betrayal. We weaken ourselves, they cried in cavern assemblies. We waste strength on a dream when the ice yet holds dangers, when survival is not yet secure. These dissenters pointed to fissures that swallowed farms, to reactor failures that forced evacuations, to children still succumbing to cold or hunger. We have not yet mended the rope we clutch. Why cast another? Yet the counter-argument was simple, though it carried both sorrow and pride. To mend is not enough to grow is survival. Though bitter disputes flared, none would call back the ship once gone.
The cultural shift was perhaps most profound. Festivals once marking the thaw of caverns or the lighting of new suns now included the outward days, nights when families led under simulated skies to watch projections of the Ark journey. Children ran games pretending to crew the ship, carving makeshift corridors from snow and acting out voyages into forever. Songs born in the belt now enlaced with melodies transmitted from the weave, new harmonies forged across the light years. And though time delayed, those songs returned, recorded on crystal drives, echoing back into the caverns so that all did feel. The rope sang still, but shadows crept in too. By 2138, transmissions grew irregular. Whether through technical fault, distance, or interference, sometimes months passed with no word. The silence felt heavier than before, for now the belt knew what it was missing. Laughter of children aboard whispered stories of hydroponic harvests, voices that had once been daily companions. When at last the signals resumed, relief swept like thaw through ice, but with each silence endured, the people of the belt were forced to reckon with a truth they had always known yet dreaded. One day, perhaps not tomorrow, perhaps not this decade, the rope would stretch beyond sight and sound altogether. Still, in that decade, hope outweighed despair. The weave thrummed on, and the belt endured. Miners dug, farmers sowed, keepers recorded, watchers tracked. And as the decade closed, the people stood on the brink of transformation, not of technology, not of engines, but of identity. For by then it was clear humanity was no longer one people in one place. It was two strands of a braid, one bound to ice, one drifting into infinity. And if those strands held, the rope would not weaken but strengthen, weaving a future no cavern could dead imagine. The Tozen and 40s dawned colder in spirit than in climate, though the ice itself seemed to grow louder that decade. The weave had by then traveled so far that the voices returning to the belt were shadows stretched thin by time. A father in the caverns might hear his daughter words years after they were spoken, her laughter echoing from a moment already gone. Messages became less conversation and more memory capsules, and whole families would gather to hear a voice from a ship that by then was a streak of mathematics, more than a visible flame. In those assemblies, tears and joy intermingled, for though the rope still vibrated, it was no longer taut, it was a thread unraveling. Caverns adapted, caverns always had. The Watchers established the Hall of Long Light, a grand archive where every transmission from the Ark was stored, replayed, and cataloged. The hall became both shrine and schoolhouse. Children sat cross-legged, eyes wide they listened to the voice of a boy aboard the Weave, describing the sensation of running under artificial skies, or the first taste of apples grown in microgravity. They knew these children were now grown by the time their voices arrived. They clung to the immediacy of the recordings, as if time would be folded back upon itself. Some even learned to mimic the accents that emerged aboard the Ark, a dialect softened by new cadences, as though the ship itself had shaped their tongues. But the silences grew longer.
Where's it going? About as far. Where Stutz's clicks. Come on, 25. One more. So one. I thought yeah. Like, why if you're too cloudy, I'm gonna feel like I had them work out that burn, but not to live. And then on fighting, sometimes the fighting carried songs but no speech. Sometimes a logbook, but no laughter. The belt responded not with despair, but with ritual.
A quiet day, the caverns dimmed their lights, hushed their tools. Families sat together in silence, honoring the missing voices, reminding themselves that absence did not mean death, but distance. It was a kind of prayer, a way of holding the rope even when it could not be felt. Yet on days when at last its signal broke the quiet, caverns erupted in festivals, songs, feasts, torches lit against the ice, minding themselves that hope could bridge even the void. Meanwhile, politics shifted. The keepers of the ice grew stronger, their voice heavy with the weight of practical need. We are here. Now, they thundered in the halls. It is folly to pour our strength into ghosts. They urged less focus on tracking the Ark and more on building resilience, more caverns, stronger reactors, deeper minds. The Watchers countered with quieter resolve. To watch is to remember.
To track is to tether. Without the ark, we are bound on to survival, not to purpose. The arguments never resolved, but both sides, for all their bitterness, remained joined by necessity. The belt had no luxury for civil war. Yet beneath those quarrels, a cultural flowering bloomed. The songs of delay became a new art form. Compositions built from fragments of messages, stretched and layered, echoing the delays themselves. Musicians wove belt instruments with recordings from the weave, creating haunting symphonies that rose in popularity across the caverns. Storytellers crafted epics, sea heroes waited lifetimes for a single word. Battles fought not with swords but with patience. A new philosophy emerged. The long now, a way of thinking that stretched time beyond lifespans. Believers in the long now claimed that to live was not to chase immediacy, but to weave one thread into a fabric of centuries, trusting that even if one voice was never answered, it would still be heard by someone, someday. They not on could bear it. A growing movement called the Stillborn Future took root among younger miners and engineers. They scoffed at the weave as a vanity project that had stolen strength from the belt, condemning generations to toil while others drifted in dreamlike corridors. They demanded resources be turned inward only, to mastering the ice fully, perhaps even attempting to ignite old caverns into suns of their own. Some even called for ceasing all efforts to track the ark, declaring, "What is gone, we are here is enough." Their anger frightened elders, for though the movement never spilled into violence, its rhetoric cracked unity. By 2149, as the decade closed, the belt marked a moment of reckoning. The last clear transmission from the weave came not a song or log, but as a simple message, a child's voice reading reeds older than the belt itself. Though we travel far, those silent swallows, the rope holds. Afterward, only fragments came, broken and garbled, though distance itself had frayed the signal beyond repair. The Hall of Long Light replayed that child voice again and again, etching it into memory. To Ed, it was farewell. To others, promise. To those, it was a reminder. The rope might vanish from sight, but belief was the knot that held. As the 2150s began, the belt was no longer the same people who had built the ark. They were keepers, watchers, long now believers, stillborn skeptics, all strands of a braid twisted tight against the void. And though silence deepened, so too did resilience. For whether or not the ark returned, whether or not their voices have reached beyond, the belt had discovered a truth no silence could erase. Survival was not the end of the story. It was the beginning of a song that stretched into forever, carried on ropes of faith, hope, and the quiet patience of ice. The 2150s brought with them an uneasy quiet, like the long stillness after a storm when folks strained their ears for the next clap of thunder, but none come. The belt had lived 2 decades on the rhythm of transmissions, their culture stretched and shaped by each message from the weave. Now with only static and shards of meaning drifting back, the silence pressed down heavier than the ice above their caverns. Children born in that decade grew up not knowing the sound of new voices from the ark, only recordings, relics, fragments of laughter or song replayed endlessly in the Hall of Long Light. To them, the ark was less a living vessel and more a myth, a constellation whose stars had grown too faint to see. The watchers tried to keep hope alive. They maintained the great antennas carved into the belt's icy cliffs, their dishes sweeping the void in slow arcs, straining for whispers buried in noise. They taught children to read signal patterns, to hear meaning in distortion, to believe that beyond the silence, the rope still held. Pilgrimages to the antennas became rites of passage, young folks standing in silence, and they touched the great frozen struts, feeling the cold burn into their hands, as if touching the sky itself. But even among the faithful, doubt crept at frost. What if the rope had snapped? What if the weave was only dust now, drifting unseen, its voices gone forever? The keepers, meanwhile, grew louder. They declared that waiting for ghosts was folly.
and turned their focus to engineering marvels within the belt. Great new caverns were carved and lit with fusion torches. Farming systems expanded, feeding thousands more than before. It built the first echo wells chambers where sound carried and multiplied, designed so the belt could sing 10, their voices swelling like choirs, filling the void within, even if the void without remained silent. To them, it was proof that humanity's destiny was not out there, lost in unreachable darkness, but dead deep in the bones of the solar system. And yet, even if they turned inward, artistry reached outward. The songs of delay transformed into a new art known as the Seco oratorios. These were vast performances staged in caverns where voices cascaded from ledge to ledge, bouncing in waves, imitating the feel of delayed transmissions. Some oratorios lasted for days, their crescendos echoing until listeners wept, feeling both the pain of silence and the beauty of endurance. It was art not of absence, but of transformation, turning longing into sound, waiting into rhythms. Audiences would close their eyes and swear they heard, hidden deep in the echoes, the voices of those long departed. A generation of thinkers emerged from this crucible too, their philosophy an alloy of both watchers and keepers. They called themselves the Bridgers. To the Bridgers, the Ark was not a promise to be clung to nor a folly to be discarded. It was a beginning, a story that had seeded them with meaning, and now it was their duty to craft new beginnings of their own. They spoke of building many ropes, not one, multiple paths outward and inward, ventures that stretched across the solar system, its veins and ice. Why not send smaller arcs, swarms of vessels carrying voices in every direction? Why not treat the silence not to the end of a conversation, but that invitation to write new ones? This thinking led into action. The belt began experimenting with micro-arcs, vessels small enough to be carved from ice rock, fitted with sails and transmitters, launched towards scattered orbits. Each micro-arc carried with it a voice capture recordings of thousands of belt children, their songs, their stories, their laughter. The goal was not to find the weed, but to spread humanity presence like spores on the wind. Trustingly, it might find purchase somewhere, some might be heard. The watchers blessed these launches, seeing them as extensions of the rope. The keepers funded them, calling it practical insurance, and the bridgers danced between, proclaiming it was proof that meaning lay not in a single vessel, but in 1,000 strands weaving new cloth. Still, there were those who resisted. The stillborn future movement hardened, now calling themselves the Silent Ones. They disrupted micro-arc launches, chanting, "The void devours all." They mocked the echo oratorios as songs for ghosts and demanded that every ounce of labor be directed toward survival alone. Their leaders gained followers among miners weary of art and philosophy, men and women who swung hammers by day and saw little in poetry but wasted air. For the first time, the belt teetered on the edge of fracture, not from famine or cold, but from division of spirit. In 2157, tensions erupted in what became known as the Night of Broken Choirs. During a grand echo oratorio, silent ones stormed the caverns, shattering instruments, scattering musicians, and silencing voices mid-song. For a moment it seemed violence would consume them, but something unexpected happened. The crowd, 1,000 strong, began to hum, softly at first, then louder, until the cavern itself seemed to vibrate. The silent ones, outnumbered and overwhelmed, fell silent themselves, staring at the walls alive with resonance. No blood was spilled that night, but scars lingered, scars of a people divided not by hunger or survival, but by the meaning of hope. By the end of the 2150s, the belt stood at a threshold. Silence from the weave had hardened into permanence. The watchers still swept the void, but their prayers grew quieter. The keepers dug deeper into the ice, building futures of stone and fire. The bridgers launched more micro-arcs, more caches of voices into darkness. And the silent ones waited, bitter but patient, sure that one day the dreamer's energy would collapse and on survival would remain. The decade closed not with resolution but with tension wound tight. Like a rope drawn taut against unseen weight, straining, threatening to snap, yet somehow impossibly holding still. The 260s began with a strange kind of weariness hanging over the belt, as if the silence of space had soaked into marrow and bone. Entire generations had now lived without a single confirmed voice from the weave, and to many, the Ark was no longer a ship of their ancestors. It was a ghost ship, a legend told beside dim reactor fires. But the micro-Ark program had planted seeds of restlessness. Children born in the 240s, now come of age, saw those icy vessels launched into the void like snowflakes on wind, and they hungered for more than waiting or digging. They wanted to be part of something vast, something that proved their lives were more than breathing in caverns and tending hydroponic vines. They wanted to carve the next strand of the rope themselves. It was in 2162 that the first whisper of change came, though faint and fragile. One of the micro-arcs, launched 2 decades earlier, sent back a pulse, a signal so thin, so riddled with decay, that it might have been dismissed as noise. Yet when decoded by Watcher algorithms, it revealed fragments unmistakable, belt children voices, stretched by distance but intact, returning whole. The message was only a reflection, bounced from a derelict satellite orbiting a Jovian moon, but it meant something profound. The voices, scattered like seeds, had been caught by something beyond themselves. For many, it was proof that the rope, though frayed, could still catch hold in unexpected places. The Watchers seized on this with fervor. They declared the event a sign. The void listened, pilgrimages to the great antennas doubled. Young Watchers painted their faces with signal lines, reciting the phrase, "We are heard they," a mantra. The keepers, pragmatic as downplayed the miracle. To them, the signal was nothing more than that echo bouncing back from debris, not evidence of destiny. Yet even they could not deny the surge of morale the event sparked. Work crews sang again as they tunneled through ice, their chants echoing in caverns like oratorios of old. The bridgers went further. To them, the signal wasn't just hope, it was validation of their philosophy. If a stray reflection did send their voices whole, what might be achieved with deliberate effort? They began building what they called mirror arcs micro-vessels equipped with advanced reflectep, designed not only to send, but to catch and amplify signals, to create a web of echoes stretching outward. The lead was no longer a veil rope, but a lattice of strands, each reinforcing the other, so no voice was fully lost. They imagined a time when even silence itself would become a canvas, filled with whispers bouncing endlessly among stars. But not all welcomed this vision. The silent ones, emboldened after decades of survivalist preaching, denounced the mirror arc's wasteful vanity. They pointed to the fragility of belt life reactor failures, radiation leaks, food shortages still haunted daily life. "We live on the edge of extinction," their leaders cried. "And you fling our labor into the void to hear our own voices come back to us, the children shouting in caves." Their ranks swelled with miners weary of sacrifice and with families who had buried too many kin in collapsed tunnels or oxygen failures. Where the Watchers and Bridgers saw meaning, the silent ones saw delusion dressed in poetry. Tension reached another breaking point in 2166, when a mining accident in Cavern 12 killed 60 laborers after power failed. The silent ones claimed the reactor had been neglected as resources were diverted to mirror arc construction. Though investigations found no proof, the accusation stuck and riots shook the belt. For weeks, the caverns echoed with dueling chants. "We are heard from Watchers," the void debose from silent ones. The keepers tried to broker peace, urging balance between survival and dreaming, but few listened. For the first time in a century, belt kin raised weapons against one another, not for food or water, but for the meaning of their own voices. And yet, always in the belt, music had its say. In 2168, a group of Bridger artists staged an echo oratorio unlike any before. Instead of voices cascading only within a cavern, they linked caverns tether to long tunnels fitted with resonance plates. For 3 days, choirs in different settlements sang in sequence, their voices traveling like waves through rock and ice, reaching ears hundreds of kilometers apart. The performance is colored, the rope of stone. Listeners wept, for it felt as though the belt itself was singing, its bones carrying the echoes of its people. Even the silent ones, drawn unwillingly to listen, admitted afterward that the sound had shaken something in them. For a moment, division softened, and the belt remembered itself as one people woven from many strands. By the close of the 2160s, fractures remained, but so did resilience. The watchers still scanned the heavens, their hope renewed by fragments and reflections. The keepers dug deeper, fortifying reactors and expanding farms, ensuring survival endured. The bridgers multiplied their projects, launching not only mirror arcs but memory seeds crystals etched with entire libraries of belt culture, designed to drift forever in the dark. And the silent ones, though unyielding, remained part of the weave too, their warnings forcing the dreamers to balance vision with necessity. The belt entered its third century not united but unbroken, its people still straining forward like climbers on a rope that vanished into clouds, uncertain if it held or not, but climbing nonetheless. The 2170s began with the belt trembling under the weight of its own contradictions. Survival remained fragile, yet ambition surged stronger than then. The loungers still raised their eyes to the heavens, convinced the weaver something like it still breathed beyond the void. The keepers anchored themselves in pragmatism, shoring up reactors and extending the reach of ice harvesters. The bridgers, restless architects of futures, declared that voices alone were no longer enough. If the rope of echoes could be built, then perhaps the rope of bodies could want them. Colonization was no longer a whispered fantasy, it became a project etched into steel and code. Their dream coalesced down the creation of what they fade, Hearthseed stations. These were not mere arcs or drifting capsules, but self-sustaining habitats designed to leave the belt and establish footholds near asteroids farther afield, or even moons circling Jupiter and Saturn. Each Hearthseed would carry not only tools and reactors, but a seed archive, crops, music, myths, even coded instructions for rituals and songs, so that no voice launched into the dark would dissolve into silence. To the bridgers, Hearthseeds were not just colonies, they were living echoes, ensuring the belt culture scattered widely, not tethered to one fragile cluster of caverns. The Watchers embraced Hearthseeds as the next step in their devotion. They saw them as sacred vessels, each one a prayer launched into creation. Before each launch, Watcher choirs led around the hulls, painting them with constellan traced from belt myths and intoning oratorios that wove fragments of every known chant, hymn, and lullaby. The ships themselves seemed to hum with the weight of blessing. To Watchers, the act of launching Hearthseeds was not technology but liturgy. The keepers, while skeptical, agreed to lend their skill in ensuring reactors and farms aboard the Hearthseeds were stable. Their argument was simple: better to spread and endure than cluster and perish. For them, colonization was insurance, a hedge against catastrophe. If a reactor meltdown or a sin strike of misfortune destroyed the belt, then Hearthseeds would keep humanity flame alive elsewhere. They framed it not them reaching for glory, but the distributing risk, like wise investors scattering their holdings. But the silent ones raged. To them, Hearthseeds were folly of the highest order. Resources poured into them while caverns at home still cracked and groaned, while families still starved in lean seasons. You dress this vanity in sacred paint and call it survival. Their leaders thundered in public councils, but you condemn our kin to hunger while you chase shadows. They warned that spreading humanity thinner would not strengthen it, but hasten its collapse, scattering people into weak, isolated outposts ripe for extinction. The belt nearly tore itself apart again into 2174 when the first Hearthseed launch sparked riots. Silent ones tried to blockade the launch tunnels, chaining themselves to bulkheads, chanting that the void devours. The Watchers responded with processions of their own, carrying torches and singing "We Are Heard" until their voices drowned the protests. The confrontation escalated into violent stun tools, and mining charges were wielded at weapons, leaving bodies bloodied, though few dead. Yet the launch proceeded. The Hearthseed Aurora slipped into the void, reactors glowing like a new star. Its departure was witnessed by thousands, Some weeping in devotion, others cursing in despair. The bridgers recorded the moment in song, weaving together the cheers and wails into a new oratorio they called the parting rope. It was sung in caverns for decades after, not because it was beautiful, though it was, because it captured the ache of division and the trembling hope of new beginnings. The aurora, whether it thrived or died in the dark, became a symbol. To it proved humanity's destiny stretched outward. To others, it proved how willing they were to abandon their own kin in pursuit of dreams. Even as Hearthseeds launched, another tension simmered. The mirror arcs. By the mid-170s, bridgers had completed enough to form a rudimentary lattice of echoes. Signals leapt between them, refracted and magnified, weaving faint whispers into songs that stretched across unimaginable distances. For the first time, belt choirs could hear their own echoes return, not days later, but years reflected back from far-flung vessels. To it was a miracle, proof that their rope of voices truly reached into eternity. To others, it was madness, endless self-reflection masquerading a dialogue. Silent ones mocked it, saying, "You sing to yourselves and call it communion." Yet even they, in unguarded moments, listened to the returning echoes, voices of ancestors layered over voices of kin still alive, a haunting harmony no cavern could contain. The late 2176 brought another unexpected twist. One of the Hearthseeds, the Vigilant Star, launched in 2176, reported something extraordinary before its signal faded into static, faint emissions, not natural radiation, not belt-borne. Whether they were truly voices, alien or human, or mere artifacts of noise, no one could say. The watchers seized it, they proof. The void does not only listen, it speaks. The bridgers treated it a challenge. If something speaks, we must answer. The keepers urged caution, noting how easy it was to mistake noise for meaning. The silent ones laughed bitterly, declaring it the perfect metaphor, chasing phantoms while caverns cracked around them. By 2180, the belt stood on a knife edge. Hearthseeds drifted outward, weaving humanity rope into space. Mirror arcs sang, returning fractured echoes that blurred the line between past and present. Watchers raised their voices higher. Keepers fortified what remained. Bridgers scattered seeds into darkness, and silent ones clenched their fists in stubborn defiance. The rope stretched in farther, its strands shimmering with faith, fear, ambition, and doubt. Whether it was pulling them upward or unraveling entirely, none could say. Yet still they climbed. The 2180s opened with the belt divided into camps so entrenched they no longer merely debated, but lived in entirely different rhythms of existence. The watchers sang their faith into the void, their caverns resonating with hymns that carried centuries of longing. The keepers reinforced reactor cores, their work precise, unsung, and necessary, the invisible spine of survival. Lupia, the late 2176, brought another unexpected twist. One of the Hearthseeds, the Vigilant Star, launched in 2176, reported something extraordinary before its signal faded into static, faint emissions, not natural radiation, not belt-borne. Whether they were truly voices, alien or human, or mere artifacts of noise, no one could say. The watchers seized it, they proof. The void does not only listen, it speaks. The bridgers treated it a challenge. If something speaks, we must answer. The keepers urged caution, noting how easy it was to mistake noise for meaning. The silent ones laughed bitterly, declaring it the perfect metaphor, chasing phantoms while caverns cracked around them. By 2180, the belt stood on a knife edge. Hearthseeds drifted outward, weaving humanity rope into space. Mirror arcs sang, returning fractured echoes that blurred the line between past and present. Watchers raised their voices higher. Keepers fortified what remained. Bridgers scattered seeds into darkness, and silent ones clenched their fists in stubborn defiance. The rope stretched in farther, its strands shimmering with faith, fear, ambition, and doubt. Whether it was pulling them upward or unraveling entirely, none could say. Yet still they climbed. The 2180s opened with the The bridgers drew maps that stretched past Saturn, past Neptune, even into the Oort cloud, sketching routes no Hearthseed would yet traverse. The silent ones huddled in their stark chambers, rejecting both myth and dream, hammering their creed into stone. Endurance meant silence, stillness, and suspicion of all else. At first, these divisions seemed sustainable, a kind of balance and tension. Each faction had its place, like strands of a rope twisted tightly together. But the years stretched thin. Hearthseed reports slowed, most ships lost to silence. Only faint bursts of static remained where once hopeful voices had sung. The Aurora, first of its height, had gone silent by 2182, its last message a fragment of chant interwoven with static. We are heard. Some clung to this the proof of survival, others as a haunting epitaph. The vigilant star signal, too, dwindled into ghostly whispers before vanishing entirely, leaving behind the question of whether it had truly encountered another voice or merely reflected the belt's own hunger back upon itself. This silence began to fray the watchers. Faith demanded echoes, but what if the echoes dimmed forever? Some watchers doubled down, turning silence itself into proof. The void listens so intently it forgets to answer. Others faltered, drifting toward the keepers, admitting that no amount of song could keep reactors warm. Splinter choirs broke away, claiming the watchers' leaders had grown too rigid, mistaking ritual for revelation. Into caverns, hymns dwindled to mutters. In others, they became frenzied desperates, though louder voices might resurrect lost Hearthseeds. The keepers, meanwhile, hardened their dominance. By mid-century, they had assumed near-total control of water distribution networks. Every droplet melted from comet ice or harvested from Europa frozen crust flowed through their channels. They wielded this power with cool precision. Those who followed their strict codes of rationing thrived. Those who resisted faced drought. For the keepers, this was not cruelty but order. A rope must have a spine, they declared, and that spine is us. Critics called it tyranny. But in a world where a cracked pipe could doom a settlement, their authority grew unquestionable, even as silent ones. Bitter enemies once, allied with them, better a stern hand than a wasted song. The bridgers pressed on. Even need resources dwindled. They unveiled designs for pulse arcs, vast vessels meant not to drift but to accelerate, propelled by nuclear resonance engines that could cross the Gulf to Neptune in decades instead of centuries. The first pulse arc, christened the Pioneer Thread, launched in 2187, its engines cutting a glowing scar across the belt skies. Entire caverns watched as it dwindled into a star, carrying thousands aboard. The bridgers promised its voyage would prove humanity was not bound to rock and rope. Yet its launch drained so many supplies that the belt colonies teetered on collapse. Silent ones declared it treachery. They bleed us to chase a star, one leader thundered, while children here drink dust. The pulse arc all revived the question of the Watcher's prophecy. Was there truly something waiting in the dark? Reports of strange signals multiplied in these years, faint, irregular emissions not easily explained by natural phenomena. To the Watchers, these were confirming, long-awaited replies. To the keepers, they were dangerous distractions. To the bridgers, they were invitations. The silent ones claimed the signals were lies, manufactured to justify more launches. Yet even they, in their stone chambers, could not resist tuning in. By 2189, the belt was no longer simply a network of caverns and tunnels, but a fractured society stretched between stars. Hearthseeds drifted beyond reach, a dead, a maybe alive. Mirror arcs hummed with fractured echoes of songs long gone. The pulse arc Pioneer Thread cut through darkness toward Neptune, a gamble of lives and legacy. The Watchers still lifted their voices, though thinner now, while keepers walked their grip on survival. Silent ones tightened their fists, and bridgers, unrelenting, traced futures that leapt them farther, claiming that one day their rope of voices would become a bridge wide enough for all of humanity to walk across. Yet always there lingered the question, was the rope binding them together, or slowly unraveling? No one could say. The belt trembled, voices cracked, and the void listened. Whether it listened in silence or with intent, remained the mystery that drove them forward, step by step, into a future more fragile and more vast than they had been imagined. The 2190s opened with expectation and dread twined together like strands of the belt rope. The pioneer thread cut furred into the dark each year, its transmissions growing faint but steady. Reports described a strange stillness beyond Neptune, a region of fewer signals and drifting bodies, as though the solar wind itself hushed in reverence. The bridgers clung to every update, declaring that the Ark endurance proved their vision true. Humanity could stretch, leap, and thrive beyond the belt. Each broadcast was dissected, replayed in bridger halls, memorized as sacred proof. But with every decade, signals traveled slower, weaker, until most belt dwellers heard only static. For many, the Ark became myth, another ghost carried by the void.
The watcher seized on the faint whispers in the thread messages, reports of harmonics not caused by engine hum, of subtle oscillant repeating Ike's song. They claimed these were the long-awaited replies, the voices they had sung to for generations. Hymns shifted tone, weaving in fragments of those harmonics, transforming static into liturgy. Young watchers joined in droves, drawn to the mystery of something greater than humanity waiting beyond Neptune's edge. Even skeptics found themselves unsettled by the idea that perhaps the void was not silent but subtle, answering in riddles only the devout could decode. The keepers, however, remained grounded in survival. Their dominance over the belt was at its height, with entire caverns dependent on their systems for oxygen, water, and reactor stability. They adopted a cold pragmatism. Hearthseeds and arcs were luxuries, faiths were distractions, but maintenance was life. The keepers grew more authoritarian, instituting ration courts where disputes over resource allocation were settled with final allet. One miner accused of siphoning water was exiled into the void, a public spectacle meant to remind all of the keeper grip. To where this discipline was cruel to others, it was the only thing keeping humanity alive. Dissenters whispered of rebellion, but whispers rarely survived without water or air. The silent ones doubled their austerity in response to these years of division. Their chambers became places of absolute quiet, where even breath was measured. They rejected both watcher songs and bridger dreams, declaring that every voice raised risks at fracturing the rope.
To them, the loss of Hearthseeds was a tragedy but inevitability, a warning that humanity's grasp exceeded its rope strength. Yet even among their stern followers, cracks appeared. Some young silent ones, secretly listening to watcher hymns or bridger broadcasts, began to ask questions their elders feared. Could silence itself be a form of death, a slow erasure of the human story? The decade turning point came in 2194, when the pioneer thread transmitted its final clear message before vanishing into faint noise. The words were few, rushed, yet unforgettable. We are not alone. The rope holds. Then silence. Bridgers erupted in celebration, declaring the mission an unqualified success. Watchers broke into rapturous hymns, convinced the Ark had at last met the voices they had sung to for generations. Silent ones dismissed it a delusion, while keepers condemned the frenzied, dangerous distraction from survival. Yet no one could deny the phrase carried weight. Caverns whispered it to one another like a blessing or a curse. The rope holds. This phrase fractured the belt more deeply than any rationing or rebellion. For watchers, it meant their songs had reached a listener. For bridgers, it proved their gamble. For keepers, it was a rallying cry for unity under discipline. They claimed the rope would only hold if the spine remained strong. For silent ones, it was irony. The rope held on because silence kept it from snapping. Each faction bent the phrase to their creed, embedding it into stone, song, or oath. Tensions reached a breaking point in 2197 when a group of watchers attempted to seize a keeper-controlled water refinery, claiming their hymns had given them the right to sustenance without rationing. The keepers crushed the uprising swiftly, venting entire caverns into spaces, warning. The watchers mourned the dead and martyrs, singing of a sure carried into the stars. The bridgers protested the waste of life, warning that division would strangle the belt before expansion would save it. The silent ones said little, but in their chambers, Ebb wondered if the rope had already frayed beyond repair. By 2199, the belt had become a society of memory and myth braided tightly with survival. The hearth seeds were remembered as first steps into the dark, their names etched into cavern walls. The mirror arcs still reflected broken voices, haunting reminders of humanity reach. The pulse arc last message remained the unanswered riddle, carried in whispers through tunnels and songs through caverns. Some claimed to hear faint dew signals on the edge of the void, strange pulses that matched no known phenomenon. Whether they were echoes of the thread voices beyond or illusions born of hope, no one could say. Yet through silence and song, ration and rebellion, the belt endured. The rope, strained though it was, did not snap. Its fibers twisted, frayed, reknotted, yet somehow held. Humanity, stubborn Zed, clung to rock, rope, and dream. The watchers still sang, the bridgers still mapped, the keepers still ruled, the silent ones still endured. And the void, inscrutable it always, listened. The dawn of the 200s came quietly, not with the thunder of ships or the blaze of discovery, but with a strange, deafening stillness. For the belt, a century of survival had hardened its people, but it had also worn them thin. Every cavern bore the marks of old quarreled scars in walls where riots had broken out, shrines carved into stone for martyrs, and keeper seals hammered onto doors that had once belonged to free families. Yet beneath the silence of recycled air and the hum of old machines, a new restlessness began to stir. The great factions that had guided humanity for generations found their certainties tested as the void itself seemed to shift. The watchers began the century aflame with zeal. The words, "We are not alone." The rope holes had not faded in their minds but grown brighter with time. They transformed their hymns into elaborate rituals, blending the faint harmonics from the thread-last transmissions into choirs that echoed through entire caverns. For the faithful, these sounds were proof that humanity long singing had reached listeners in the deep dark. They declared the end of silence was near, that voices beyond the belt would soon answer in time. Young watchers flocked to these choirs, drawn less by dogma than by the hunger to belong to something vast, to believe their lives were part of a greater story. Critics called it dangerous fanaticism, but even skeptics found themselves moved when the watchers' voices filled the tunnels like a living tide. The bridgers, meanwhile, faced disillusionment. They had built their creed on the certainty that humanity must keep moving outward, that the arc beyond Neptune would pave the way for countless colonies strung like beads on the rope of history. But with the pioneer thread gone silent, their maps felt like empty promises. Many bridgers kept faith, repeating that silence was not death but distance, that the ark reports would return in time. Yet in their private halls, it admitted doubt. What if the ark had vanished? What if its crew had been swallowed by the void, leaving nothing but a final phrase behind? That doubt corroded their unity, splitting bridgers between hopeful explorers and bitter cynics who accused their leaders of selling dreams without substance. Still, their charts grew, and their transmissions reached further, because to stop mapping was to admit defeat. The keepers entered the new century at the height of their power. Their ration courts had become unquestioned law, their systems indispensable to most belt dwellers. Life and death were defined by the keeper seals on vents and water lines. But strength bred arrogance. In 2203, the keepers tightened control further, instituting compulsory service rotations for all cavern dwellers. A family could be forced to send sons or daughters into maintenance duty, patching reactors or clearing clogged air ducts for years at a time. They justified it necessary for survival, but resentment boiled. Whispered curses grew into strikes, and though the keepers crushed them swiftly, they could not extinguish the spreading sense that their grip was choking the very rope they claimed to preserve. Some for them the iron hands and the name stuck, admired by those who craved stability, despised by those who longed for freedom. The silent ones, though fewer in number, persisted thereof. Their chambers remained bastions of restraint, their followers practicing stillness in an age of noise. Yet even their doctrine began to fray. Younger adherents questioned the endless cycle of quiet endurance. They looked at watcher choirs and felt envy, at bridger maps and felt longing. For them, silence seemed less a shield and more a cage. A schism formed quietly within their ranks. The elders clung to the ancient creed of quiet survival, while the young silent argued for a new interpretation. Its silence had preserved the rope long enough, and now voices must be raised carefully, deliberately, but raised nonetheless. This conflict brewed in whispers, for open debate would betray their very creed, but the tension was real, and it grew with each passing year. The turning point of the decade came in 2207, when miners near a fringe rock cluster detected signals that no one could explain. They were faint pulses repeating in intervals too precise to be natural, yet too irregular to be mere machinery. In Brumrid, the watchers immediately declared them the long-awaited replies, the voices from beyond. The bridgers seized on them, as proof that the ark had succeeded, sending transmissions from the edge. The keepers dismissed the signals, the interference, warning that hysteria would destabilize the belt. The silent ones said nothing, though their youngest followers secretly begged to listen in hidden corners, their silence cracked by curiosity. The belt erupted in debate. Song swelled, maps stretched, ration courts tightened, and silent chambers trembled with unease. No one could agree on the meaning of the pulses, but everyone felt their weight. For the first time in a generation, the void itself seemed to speak again, and humanity strained to hear its words. Some believed it was hope, others doom, but none could deny that the rope, fragile, frayed, unbroken, was still being pulled. By 22 Simeon, the belt had entered a new eve of uncertainty. The watchers sang louder than then. The bridgers pushed their mapping expeditions to the edge of collapse. The keepers doubled their grip, rationing with iron resolve. And the silent ones, once unshakable, found themselves divided. In that fragile balance, the belt endured, each faction tugging at the rope in its own way. And though the void gave no clear answers, its faint pulses were enough to remind humanity that it was not merely drifting, but still, somehow, holding on. The belt moved into the 2-2 sibilance with a strange duality and almost unbearable weight of silence, yet threaded through with the quickening heartbeat of possibility. Life in the caverns had always been tenuous, but now every breath carried a question, had the void truly spoken back. The faint pulses from the edge of nothingness lingered on instruments, recorded and replayed endlessly, each faction layering its own meaning atop the faint rhythm. What had once been a community bound by survival became a people wrestling with destiny, belief, and fear. The watchers reached their zenith in this period. Their choirs grew so large that entire caverns were carved to accommodate them. The walls etched with spirals meant to mimic the harmonic resonance of the pulses. They no longer sang on hymns of endurance, but grand, swelling chants that imitated the rhythm of the signals themselves.
"You're not alone," they cried, their voices booming through rock and metal alike. And the rope is not frayed but woven anew. Outsides mock them, is zealots.
Yet when their music filled the tunnels, even the most skeptical miners found themselves paused, tears pricking their eyes. It was more than faith, it was beauty, a reminder that humanity still knew how to create even amid scarcity. And yet, beauty was not without danger. Some watcher leaders began to claim authority beyond the choir pits, insisting their interpretations of the pulses should guide law, rationing, and expansion. The keepers bristled, seeing their iron grip threatened by songs. The bridgers, meanwhile, took the signal C mandate. They argued that if voices pulse from the dark, humanity must push outward with renewed vigor, lest they be left behind by the greater conversation. Mapping expeditions surged beyond prudence. Crews launched from fragile caverns with half-tested equipment. their vessels patched together with old hulls and fresh fate. Many never returned, their signals fading into the same silence that had claimed the pioneer thread. But those who did return brought back charts glittering with possibilities, clusters of rocks with faint glimmers of water, strange radiation signatures hinting at more. Each map was presented like scripture, and for every doubter who muttered about lost lives and wasted air, there were 5 who pressed their palms to the glowing lines, whispering of destiny. The keepers, rattled by both song and chart, tightened further. The narration court swelled in number, no longer confined to air and water alone, but extending into matters of speech and movement. They decreed that gatherings beyond work shifts must be approved, that transmissions leaving the belt would be vetted, that songs imitating the pulses must register with keeper oversight. To men, this was suffocating, an attempt to hold back not just breath but spirit. Yet others welcomed it, weary of chaos, clinging to the keeper's promise that only iron control could prevent collapse. The keepers themselves knew the rope was taut. They had to maintain authority, or risk being drowned in chants and maps.
As they lie, the elders down, building new fortresses of order in the heart of the caverns, their seals stamped onto every door, every vent, every throat. The silent ones faced their greatest crisis. Their creed of restraint had carried them through centuries, but now their halls were split. The elders sat motionless as air, insisting that silence was shield, that the pulses were temptation, lead humanity into ruin. But the young silent could no longer accept this. They there secretly, replaying the signals in the dark, debating their meaning with hushed intensity. Some believed the pulses were indeed replies. Others thought them echoes of the ark. A few dared to suggest they might be new threads, spun by forces unknown. What united them was a belief that silence was no longer enough. To sit still in the face of voices from the void was, in their eyes, to betray the very rope they claimed to protect. Thus the silent ones fractured, and though their halls made no noise, the silence itself became a battlefield. In 2214, a crisis brought all tensions to the surface. A Bridger expedition launched recklessly beyond Neptune's ghostly orbit returned shattered but alive. The crew claimed they had found a structure, not natural, not human, but something vast, metallic and cold, drifting in the void. Their sensors recorded fragments, geometric patterns, faint emissions in rhythm with the belt pulses. The watchers wept, declaring it proof of communion. The Bridgers exulted, insisting humanity had finally found neighbors. The keepers dismissed it as hysteria, accusing the crew of forging data to justify their dangerous expedition. The silent elders said nothing, but the young silent whispered to one another. Perhaps this was the moment to abandon the old silence forever. Riots followed. In 8 caverns, watcher choirs clashed with keeper guards, voices against batons. Bridger charts were seized, burned, then redrawn in secret. Young Silent broke from their halls entirely, forming new enclaves where quiet discipline gave way to measured speech, a doctrine of speaking only what must be spoken, but speaking nonetheless. The rope, once held taut by shared survival, now threatened to snap under the strain of faith, exploration, control, and rebellion. And yet, through fire and fracture, the belt endured. Humanity, it had always had, adapted by 2217. Fragile truces formed. The watchers tempered their chants with humility. The Bridgers tempered their maps with caution. Even the keepers, iron hands though they were, realized they could not smother every voice. They loosened their grip, not from mercy, but from necessity, permitting songs and maps so long in their own courts remained supreme. The silent ones, broken but not destroyed, remained as a reminder that quiet endurance still had a place, even if it was no longer the only place. By the close of the decade, the pulses still beat faintly in the void, neither fading nor clarifying. They were mystery, and humanity was story, weaving itself around the unknown. In that weaving, the rope held not by uniform moon but by tension. It had always been so.
and though no one could say what lay at the far end of the rope, each faction pulled in its own way, ensuring that humanity did that drift aim made but moved, however painfully, forward. The Tupacanu's swinnings dawned with a strange brightness in the belt, though not of sunlight. For the first time in generations, humanity had seen something in the void that was not itself. The Wreck-It expedition accounts of a vast drifting structure spread like sparks in a dry cavern, igniting every faction imagination. The Watchers called it the Chwa of Iron, a vessel built by the same forces that sang the pulses. The Bridgers hailed it Ed, the lantern, a beacon lighting the path to a wider cosmos. Even among the silent ones, what remained of them, debates flickered in whispers. If silence had been a shield, then what was one to make of a silent giant floating just beyond the belt grasp? The keepers, unsurprisingly, tried to suppress the story. They declared the expedition logs fraudulent, the crew delusional. They sealed the charts, burned the recordings, and imprisoned the loudest of the returning explorers. But control was already slipping through their fingers like air from a cracked vent. For every log destroyed, 3 copies circulated. For every explorer gagged, 10 voices rose in defiance. The rope was straining again. The structure became myth before it became fact. Even among the silent ones, what remained of them, debates flickered in whispers. If silence had been a shield, then what was one to make of a silent giant floating just beyond the belt grasp? The keepers, unsurprisingly, tried to suppress the story. They declared the expedition logs fraudulent, the crew delusional. They sealed the charts, burned the recordings, and imprisoned the loudest of the returning explorers. But control was already slipping through their fingers like air from a cracked vet. For every log destroyed, 3 copies circulated. For every explorer gagged, 10 voices rose in defiance. The rope was straining again. The structure became myth before it became fact. In mining shafts, children etched crude outlines of massive hexagonal hulls on stone, whispering that they had dreamed of it glowing in the dark. In the choir halls, watchers rewrote their hymns, threading metallic resonance into their songs to mimic the supposed harmonics of the lantern. The Bridgers went further. They launched new expeditions explicitly defined did again, though most ended in silence. Yet absence did not diminish belief, it only fueled it. It waits for us, said the Bridger captains, and their crews nodded, even as their realms dwindled and their hulls cracked. To them the void no longer seemed empty, but inhabited by a destiny they could almost touch. Keeper authority crumbled in these years, not in one sudden collapse, but through erosion. Their ration courts grew increasingly arbitrary, their punishments harsher, yet their reach less absolute. In odd caverns, guards defected, tired of enforcing silence on neighbors they had grown unbeside. In others, watcher choirs refused to disband even under baton strikes, singing louder until the strikes faltered. The Bridgers, emboldened by myth and map alike, began building ships without permission, stripping caverns of metal in secret. The silent ones fractured further, some clinging to their halls of restraint, others joining the Bridgers in cautious speech, still others merging quietly with the watchers, lending a hushed discipline to the booming choirs. The keepers could not plug every crack, and so for the first time in centuries their iron grip trembled. Then, in 22/6, a lantern was found, and, or something like it, a Bridger vessel returned after 3 years gone, hull pitted and crew starved, yet alive. They carried with them images grainy, flickering, but undeniable, of an immense construct drifting in the dark. Its surface was etched with angles too precise to be natural, patterns that repeated like language, and in its silent shadow their instruments had recorded pulses that matched exact the rhythm echoing in the belt for decades. Proof. The watchers fell to their knees in rapture. The Bridgers wept with triumph. Even the silent ones could not deny it. The keepers, desperate, declared the images forgeries, but their denials only deepened the crack in their authority. The belt had seen the lantern, and the belt believed. What followed was less unity than frenzy. The watchers proclaimed the lantern a temple, a message from the void choir calling humanity to communion. Pilgrimages were organized not yet across space, but within caverns. The singers marched in long processions, chanting hymns of iron and light. The bridgers, meanwhile, sought to reach it physically. They pooled resources, united scattered maps, and began construction of the most ambitious vessels yet long, spindly crafts designed not for mining or hauling, but for reaching. They named them threads, each one intended to spin humanity line farther into the darkness. The Silent Ones split entirely, their young factions openly joining the Bridger efforts, their elders retreating deeper into unlit halls, muttering of hubris. And the Keepers, well, the Keepers began to vanish. Some still clung to their courts, but many simply disappeared into the caverns, their uniforms discarded, their seals meaningless. The rope they had tried to control was pulling free of their grip. By 2229, the belt was no longer one community, but many. Some caverns sang daily, voices echoing with belief. Others lay endlessly on the threads, hammering metal into fragile faith. Still others retreated into silence, uncertain of what loomed ahead. The lantern itself remained distant, unreachable, its geometry flickering at the edge of instruments, always farther than the threads would yet go. But its presence had changed everything. Humanity was no longer bound solely by the rope of survival. It was bound, too, by wonder and by the dangerous hope that the void might not be empty after all. The decade closed with a launch. The first true thread, patched together from a dozen caverns' efforts, pushed away from the belt in 2229. Its hull glowed faintly with scavenger's light, its crew a mixture of watchers, bridgers, and even a few silent ones who had abandoned restraint. No keepers were aboard. They carried charts, chants, and silence, braided together into a fragile rope of human hope. As the vessel drifted outward, the caverns watched. Some wept, aid cheered, though remained cold and skeptical, but all knew the same truth. Humanity was pulled harder than air on the rope, and for the first time, something out there might yet pull back.
The 2230s began an era of trembling anticipation. The first thread had vanished into the dark, slipping cave the edge of the belted sensors and into the unknown gulf. For months afterward, no signal returned. Some believed the vessel lost, devoured by the silence that haunted all of space. Others insisted it had reached the lantern and chosen not to return, either to protect the secret or that it had been welcomed into something greater than human comprehension.
The watchers sang of ascension, weaving the disappearance into hymns of fulfillment. The bridgers refused despair, instead redoubling their work to build more threads. They told themselves that the first had simply gone farther than their crude sensors could bottom, and so humanity must build better ones, stronger, faster, brighter. Inside the caverns, belief hardened into culture. The watchers transformed their choirs into vast, organized assemblies. Caverns echoed not just with hymns, but with sermons, their leaders declaring that the lantern was not merely a structure, but a covenant. They taught that every voice raised in song tethered the belt to its destiny. Some went so far as to chant for days without pause, their bodies collapsing in exhaustion. The others took their place, forming unbroken chains of resonance. To outsiders, it looked like frenzy. To the watchers, it was proof of devotion. The bridgers, in contrast, treated the lantern as a problem to be solved rather than a god to be praised.
They scavenged endlessly, stripping caverns of piping, conduits, and plating to feed the Grove fleet. New designs took shape, threads reinforced with scavenged alloys, their frames recrossed with cables like spiderwebs to distribute stress. Entire caverns became factories, echoing not with hymns but with hammer blows and sparks. Bridger captains spoke of destiny well, but theirs was not to bow before the void, it was to reach into it and claim their place. The silent ones, fractured beyond repair, became shadows of their former selves. Some still clung to the doctrine of restraint, muttering that silence had preserved humanity once and could do so again, but their halls grew empty with each passing year, their children defecting to watcher choirs or bridger workshops. Only the most stubborn, the most fearful, remained in their darkened caverns. For them, every launch of a thread was a wound, every hymn a betrayal of centuries of careful survival. They whispered that disaster would follow, that the void would punish humanity for daring to reach. As for the keepers, by the mid-2230s they were relics. Their courts had collapsed, their seals ignored. Some had been lynched in angry uprisings, their Ratschin seized and redistributed. Others, stripped of authority, simply faded into the masses, trying to survive as ordinary miners or singers. A few still clung to power in isolated caverns, ruling in petty tyrants over scraps of metal and dwindling stores. But the era of their dominance was over.
The belt was no longer a prison under their watch. It was a forge, and the people had seized the hammer. In 2234, everything changed again. A signal returned, not from the first thread, but from the third, a vessel launched 2 years earlier. Its crew, ragged and malnourished, but alive, broadcast a garbled stream of data. It limped back toward the belt. They claimed they had reached the lantern, that they had seen its surface up close. Their recording showed vast walls of alloy etched with patterns that glowed faintly when touched, shiftingly though responding to human presence. They spoke of doors sealed unyielding, yet undeniably doors large enough to swallow entire caverns. They had tried to open them, had failed, and had nearly run out of supplies before turning back. Yet they had returned with proof, fragments of material chipped from the lantern hull. The samples were unlike anything in the belt, impossibly light and yet unbreakable. The belt erupted. Watchers declared the fragments sacred relics, demanding they be enshrined in choir halls. Bridgers demanded they be studied, dismantled, replicated. Silent ones wailed that the boundary had been crossed, that catastrophe was now inevitable. Fights broke out in caverns as relics were seized, hidden, traded. The keepers, those few still clinging to relevance, tried to reclaim authority by seizing the fragments themselves. But they no longer had the power to enforce their veer. Humanity had touched something greater, and no decree would roll that back.
The second half of the decade was a race. The Bridgers, invigorated by the fragments, launched more threads than them. Caverns competed to outdo one another, pouring resources into vessels that stretched the limits of their engineering. The Watchers, meanwhile, declared pilgrimages, entire communities abandoning their caverns to vow threads outward, not to crews but to choirs, singing into the void in hopes that the lantern would answer. Even the silent ones joined these migrations, not in joy but in fear, muttering that if catastrophe was coming, they might well face it at the source. By 2238, the belt was a shadow of what it had been. Whole caverns lay empty, gutted for materials or abandoned in pursuit of the lantern. The void, once feared, now thrummed with human voices and vessels, a web of fragile lines stretching outward. Some ordered madness, others destiny. But all agreed the belt had passed a point of no return. Humanity was no longer a people of the rocks alone. It had cast its rope into the void, tied it to something larger, and begun to pull. The decade closed with a moment that would etch for generations. A thread broadcast a final message before vanishing beyond range. The doors moved. The crew voices trembled with awe and fear. The doors are opening. Then the signal cut, never to return. The belt fell silent, every cavern straining to hear what came next. The void, it always gave no answer.
If you wanted to be the fairies who didn't write your water, rubbed on, I'm going to like the cutesy ones darned with teaching. So thick, it seeped right into every cavern wall. The words, the doors are opening, hung like a haunting refrain, repeated in choirs, whispered in workshops, muttered in the narrow passages where miners still chipped at stone. The Watchers declared it prophecy fulfilled. They filled the belt with hymns describing luminous gates and promised ascension. The Bridgers heard something else, an invitation or at least proof that persistence mattered. They interpreted the message as encouragement to push harder, to build stronger threads, to force the doors wide if need be. The silent ones, those few still holding out in their shrinking halls, looked at their doom incarnate. To them, the void had stirred, and humanity probing fingers had roused something that should have been left asleep. The first years of the decade saw unprecedented mobilization. Never before had so much of the belt moved with such singular focus. Bridger engineers stripped every dormant cavern of pipes, plates, wiring, and cores. caverns once used for funerals or feasts were dismantled beam by beam. In their place rose vast dry docks hollowed into stone, where new generations of threads took shape. They grew larger, armored with composite plating, festooned with cables like veins and tendrils. Some bore entire choir halls welded to their frames, so that watchers might sing directly into the void to the vessel's travel.
The lines between sex blurred Scrooge were half engineer, half courier, blending faith with craft in ways that would scandalize their ancestors. Yet with every new launch came losses. Threads vanished in silence, their signals fading to nothing. Others staggered back, crippled, hulls torn by stresses they could not endure, crews gaunt and trembling. Their testimonies grew more consistent. All spoke of the lantern vastness, of hulls that stretched farther than instruments could map, of patterns shifting as if the structure were alive. And spoke of the doors. Some described them as smooth, towering walls with seams that glowed faintly. Others claimed they felt the vibrations of movement, as though colossal gears stirred behind the surface. None had passed through, not dead. The watchers took these testimonies as gospel. Their sermons became fevered, proclaiming that humanity was on the cusp of transformation. Choir leaders declared themselves prophets, claiming to receive visions from the lantern itself. Some claimed to dream of glowing corridors, of voices that hummed in frequencies deeper than any human throat. Pilgrimages swelled entire caverns, families, children, elders packed onto threads, treating the ships as floating temples. They sang not only for revelation but for welcome, believing that if their voices matched the lantern tone, the doors would part. The bridgers, for their part, sought mechanical solutions. They proposed anchors, massive chains, fans from scavengers, or to bind threads together into flotillas that could withstand stresses individually impossible.
They experimented with explosives and cutting beams, attempting to breach the lantern's skin. Every attempt failed. The alloy fragments brought back earlier had taught them humility. The material resisted heat, cold, pressure, and energy alike, yet failure only hardened their resolve. If the lantern would open to song, then perhaps it would yield to force. By the middle of the decade, humanity's internal divisions reached a breaking point. In caverns, watcher choirs clashed with bridger engineers, accusing one another of betrayal. Bridgers mocked the choirs for wasting voices when hands were needed at forges. Watchers accused the bridgers of arrogance, of trying to pry open what only faith could unlock. The few remaining silent ones whispered warnings, but their words carried little weight. The belt was too far gone into the tide of its own momentum. In 2245, the lantern answered, not with words, but with light. A thread approaching the great doors transmitted what would become one of the most studied, most contested signals in human history. The crew reported the doors glowing brighter than then before. Symbols, a constellation of fire, blossomed across the surface, shifting in patterns no human could decipher. The light spilled outward, casting the void in hues of violet and silver. Instruments in the belt registered waves of energy sweeping outward, subtle but undeniable. Choirs erupted into ecstasy, proclaiming that the lantern had awakened. Bridger engineers froze their tools mid-swing, recognizing forces they could neither harness nor resist.
The silent ones wept, certain the doom had come.
The lake lasted 3 days, then vanished. The thread that had transmitted the signal never returned. The belt spiraled into upheaval. Some claimed the crew had been taken inside, welcomed through the doors. Others said the vessel had been destroyed, burned away by the energy it had provoked. Whatever the truth, the event became a fulcrum. Watchers declared the moment to proof of their path, launching more pilgrimages than them. Bridgers, shaken, began to quietly incorporate hymns into their launch rituals, hedging faith alongside force. Even skeptics found themselves speaking of the lantern in reverent tones. In the years that followed, the belt began to change in subtle but irreversible ways. Children grew up knowing nothing but the lantern pull, their lullabies and work chants saturated with references to doors and light. Cavern art shifted, walls were painted with spirals, and arches meant to mimic the lantern pattern. Even funerals changed, with bodies no longer entombed in stone, but launched on small craft toward the void, offerings cast into the lantern gravity. The culture of survival had given way to a culture of yearning. By 2249, the question was no longer should humanity reach the lantern, it was oh how soon. The decade closed with the construction of the first Titan thread, a vessel unlike anything before it, half cathedral, half fortress, crewed by thousands, powered by engines so vast they consumed entire caverns of fuel.
Its launch was scheduled for the first dawn of the 2250s. Watchers called it the Ark of Song. Bridgers named it the Breaker of Doors. Silent ones simply called it the End. The belt vethed to watch, every cavern listening for the hum of engines, every throat prepared to sing, every hand clenched in fear or hope. The dawn of the 2250s was not rocked by the steady hum of work, the clamor of hammers, or the slow grinding of gears in the caverns. It was rocked by silence, an expectant, breathless silence across the entire belt, as though the stones themselves were listening. The Titan thread, an impossible machine stitched together from the labors of a generation, loomed in the void like a mountain torn from its roots. Its hull was a patchwork of shining composites and dark salvage plates, every seam reinforced with cables thick as tunnels. Choir halls jutted from its sides like crystalline growths, their interiors lined with resonant metals meant to amplify thousands of voices.
Bridges stretched across its length, studded with engines that glowed pale blue, each pulse brighter than a star when tested. Within its belly lived not a crew but a city, children, elders, forges, sanctuaries, and food farms, all folded into the ribs of the vessel. The watchers called it divine proof that humanity was chosen, that they had been commanded by the lantern itself to build this Ark of Song.
Entire choirs packed themselves aboard, their leaders preaching that the voyage would end in revelation. The Bridgers saw it did, the ultimate machine, their centuries of disciplined, stubborn work culminating in one defiant blade aimed at the doors of the unknown. Engineers walked its decks, whispering to themselves about thrust ratios and hull stresses, convincing themselves that equations would matter in the face of what lay ahead. Even the silent ones who had dwindled to a handful of enclaves could not ignore the weight of the moment. Many of them, despite their fears, found themselves standing among the crowds in the caverns, watching the feeds, unable to look away from Destiny Maw. When the Titan thread engines roared to life, the sound rolled through the belt in waves. It wasn't sound, not truly vibrant, carried through the signal nets and the physical resonance of the caverns. These people stamped their feet and beat their fists in rhythm with the ignition. For a brief moment, the belt was united in awe. The vessel drifted forward, slow at first, then steady, its engines carving trails of pale fire into the dark. Tests of thousands aboard sang in unison, their voices rising in layered harmony that carried across channels and echoes. From the smallest cavern to the deepest dock, humanity's scattered remnants sang along. The journey was slow. The Titan thread did not sprint. It lumbered, deliberate as a pilgrim carrying the weight of centuries.
Weeks passed by each years. It pushed deeper into the lantern field, its hull shuddering against stresses that would have torn smaller vessels to scraps. Reports filtered back to the belt in steady streams, glowing corridors glimpsing from afar, door seams pulsing faintly like the breathing of a great beast, the strange hums that vibrated through the hull whenever the choirs reached certain tones. Engineers scrambled to make sense of the data, while watchers proclaimed that each hum was proof of progress. Then came the 7th week. The Titan thread drew close enough to the doors that its external cameras filled with nothing else. The scenes were clearer now, not random but geometric, great arcs and angles woven in patterns too vast for the eye to fully trace. Light bled through them faintly, a radiance muted as though filtered by veils. Crews on the outer decks reported strange sensations, the feeling of being observed, of footsteps echoing in empty corridors, of whispers that seemed to emerge from the metal itself. Some collapsed, clutching their heads, while others broke into ecstatic song, convinced they had been touched by revelation. On the belt, transmissions were received with equal bursts, dread and rapture. Silent ones declared the signs in warnings, pleading for recall. Bridgers argued that the sensations were the natural result of stress and resonance. Watchers simply wept with joy. The Titan thread pressed on. The attempt came on the 50th day.
There's still a shiver on the engine shifted at first, and the ship hurled itself directly to seam the doors. Instruments recorded the moment with ruthless precision, energy levels spiking, hull stress reaching catastrophic thresholds, the scene blooming with light. The Titan prow pressed against it for a heartbeat. The impossible happened.
The doors stirred. Patterns flared across their surface, brighter than stars, brighter than any sun the belt had to know. Cameras caught the faintest shift, as though the colossal panels might actually part. Voices on the belt fell silent, holding their breath. Then the light swallowed everything. Signals cut. Instruments on the belt went blind. For 3 days, nothing but static poured across the networks. Caverns trembled with the weight of unanswered questions. Families wept, waiting for voices that did not return. Engineers screamed into their consoles, rerunning data, trying to understand. Choirs fell to their knees, convinced the Titan thread had passed beyond, ascended into the hidden corridors of the lantern. On the 4th day, a signal returned, not from the Titan thread itself, but from fragments, shards of hull plating drifting outward, glowing faintly as though burned by forces unknown. The transmission was weak, distorted, but unmistakable. The Titan had been broken. Whether destroyed or remade, none could agree. Its people were gone. The belt fractured. Watchers declared the event a holy triumph, proof that the crew had been taken into the lantern embrace.
They sang louder than then, launching new pilgrimages on smaller threads, each one treating the lost day, proof of ascension. Bridgers fell into bitter silence, their faith in craft shaken, though it whispered that if one Titan could touch the doors, perhaps another might force them open fully. Silent ones sealed their caverns, certain the end was closer than then, praying only for quiet. Yet beneath grief and schism, one truth settled like dust across stone. The doors had stirred. The lantern had answered. That humanity, for all its wounds, had come close to touching the unknown than then before. The 2250s closed not with unity, but with obsession. Every cavern hummed with debate. Every child learned songs or equations meant to crack the lantern code. Every dream carried whispers of light. Humanity had crossed a threshold it could not return from. The Titan thread was gone, but its X filled the void. And the belt, battered, divided, yet unbroken, prepared itself for what would come next. The 2260s dawned with the belt adrift in both spirit and purpose. The loss of the Titan thread had carved a wound too deep for time to quickly seal. For years, entire caverns rang with arguments that never ceased, songs clashing against calculations, prayers battling diagrams. Children grew up beneath the constant hum of debate, their lullabies split between watcher hymns and bridger equations scrawled across cavern walls.
Yet while arguments fractured unity, the drive remained universal. None could ignore the truth that the doors had stirred. Humanity, whether by faith or craft, had shaken the silence of the lantern, and now the belt could think of nothing else. Watcher sects flourished first. They sent out pilgrim ships, smaller and more desperate than the Titan, their crews untrained but burning with devotion. Choirs launched vessels not for survival but for song, their hulls more cathedral than craft. Interiors stripped of farms or forges to make room for resonance halls. Most never returned. Some fractured under stress, their echoes recorded only briefly before vanishing into static. Others limped back, hulls crumpled and voices broken, whispering of visions too bright to name. A few, just a few, returned with strange artifacts fused to their plating, crystalline growths that glowed faintly in rhythm with unseen pulses. Watchers treated them in relics, binding them into new altars. Silent ones called them curses, proof that the lantern was more dangerous than divine. The bridgers, meanwhile, turned bitterly inward. They led in enclaves that crackled with blueprints and sparks, hammering new machines together with furious precision. To them, the Titan destruction was not a divine act, but a failure of engineering. Hull stresses, thrust miscalculation, a misalignment in the choir frequencies. There had to be a flaw that could be corrected. They poured resources into building new ships, smaller and tougher, their frames bristling with reinforcements.
They studied the recordings of the Titan final days until every data point was memorized, every line of telemetry etched into their minds. The bridgers swore they would succeed. Their faith had failed. Caught between these extremes, the silent ones dwindled further. They sealed themselves deeper into their caverns, cutting channels and shutting down transmissions. To them, both watchers and bridgers were blind fools hurtling toward annihilation. The silent ones devoted themselves to one goal: survival. They expanded their caverns downward, carving out new chambers beneath the stone, building hidden farms and shelters. Their children grew pale in the dim light, their voices hushed, their steps careful, yet though silence itself could keep them safe from the lantern attention. They were mocked by others as cowards, yet when storms tore apart pilgrim ships or bridger vessels burst under strain, they whispered that perhaps the silent ones had chosen wisely. Still, the momentum of the age was not with silence. It was with noise, with song, with machines, with ambition that burned hotter than fear. The belt in the 2260s was alive with movement. Caravans ferried materials to the shipyards. Choirs traveled from cavern to cavern, spreading their hymns. Engineers bartered away tools for strange alloys mined from dangerous seams. Trade networks grew vast, binding caverns together in ways not seen for generations. Even in faiths clashed and sects argued, a strange unity emerged, not in belief, but in obsession.
The doors had stirred, and the belt could no longer exist without striving to touch them again. Amid this fever, children of the Titan crew were raised to living legends. Those who had lost parents or siblings to the thread voyage were given new names, lantern-born, door-blooded, and treated with reverence or suspicion, depending on the cavern. Watchers adopted them into choirs, claiming their lineage made them conduits to revelation. Bridgers placed them in forges, believing their blood carried resilience worth harnessing. Some were passed between both sects, their childhoods fractured by competing claims. A few broke away entirely, founding new enclaves where they attempted to live outside the endless cycle of faith and calculation. Yet even they could not resist the pull of the lantern's shadow. Their dreams, like all others, were filled with the light that had swallowed the Titan. By mid-century, the belt was a storm of launches and failures. Entire generations of vessels streaked to the doors, each one a gamble of lives and resources. Some sought to coax the seams open with hymns. Others attempted brute force, engines straining against immovable geometry. A handful experimented with strange hybrid choirs singing into resonance chambers designed by Bridger engineers, their tones amplified into destructive waves. Each attempt ended in ruin, but not in despair. Each failure was treated as a lesson, another step in the climb toward revelation. The Silent Ones recorded each disaster in silence.
Their scribes etched into stone the names of every lost ship, every choir silenced, every engine that had burned itself out. They did not sing, they did not argue, they only remembered. In their hidden halls they taught their children the caution that others had long abandoned, that every door is meant to be opened, and yet even their youngest felt the pull in their bones. Some slipped away in the night, joining choirs or forges, unable to bear the weight of stillness, when others reached outward. By the end of the 2260s, the belt was no closer to forcing the lantern doors open, but it was closer in another way. It was unified not by peace, but by shared obsession. Whether by prayer, by machine, or by silence, humanity could not turn away. The doors had stirred once, and the belt would never forgive itself if it failed to make them stir again.
The two tubes at Chetamons dawned with a belt that was no longer merely fractured, but bristling with tension sharp enough to cut steel. For years, failure had been fuel every lost vessel, every silenced choir, every broken machine had only deepened the obsession. But obsessions rarely stay contained. By then, the Watchers and Bridgers were no longer content to pursue their paths separately. They began to collide, not dead in cavern debates or scattered barters, but in the void itself. Entire fleets of faith and engineering met at the peripheries of the belt, their ships not always armed, but rarely harmless. Watcher pilgrim cruisers drifted into Bridger convoys, declaring them heretics who should abandon their forges and sing. Bridger engineers boarded Watcher craft to strip them for part, scoffing at the dead weight of resonance halls. What began as insults escalated into shoves, then sparks, then violence. The first outright battle was small, a forgotten skirmish between a choir shed and a hauler near the fractured edge of the Titan debris field. No one remembers who fired first, only that within minutes the silence of the lantern shadow was pierced by screams and ruptured hulls. The survivor stories spread like wildfire, not in shame but in fervor. Watchers proclaimed the dead the martyrs, voices carried into the eternal choir. Bridgers honored their own as proof of engineering strength, declaring that even in chaos their machines had held longer. The Silent Ones recorded both versions, their scribes muttering that madness had become indistinguishable from worship. From there, the flood could not be stopped. By the mid-170s, the belt had splintered into war bands, ships flying banners of sect and creed, carving routes through the void with force when trade could not suffice. Some caverns became strongholds, echoing with forges or hymns, refusing entry to outsiders. Entire supply chains were redirected, not by efficiency, but by loyalty. Grain convoys diverted to Watcher enclaves, even as Bridger children starved. Machine parts were hoarded by Bridger fleets, leaving Watcher hulls brittle and starving of repairs. Silent ones found themselves trapped in the crossfire, their quiet caverns raided by both sides, their silence mistaken for allegiance to the enemy. Many retreated even deeper, sealing off entire branches of tunnels forever. Yet even war was bent toward the same obsession. Both Watchers and Bridgers redirected their violence not inward but outward, toward the lantern. Battles were fought less to destroy the other and more to seize resources for the next attempt at the doors. Watchers launched pilgrim crusades, their ships thrumming with choirs so vast that the void itself seemed to vibrate. Bridgers countered with armadas of reinforced hulls, engines roaring, their resonance cannons designed not for combat, but to hammer against impossible geometry. Where the two forces met near the doors themselves, the void became a theater of madness, songs clashing against waves of force, HUDs shattering under the combined pressure of faith and calculation. Nothing yet opened, nothing it gave. Yet the intensity only deepened, though the doors were baiting humanity into tearing itself apart in the attempt. Amid this storm, a new figure emerged. A man born of neither sect, but of their failures. He was Darren the Threadbare, for he claimed to be the last child born aboard the Titan Thread for its final voyage into silence. The truth of his claim could not be verified, no records survived, and his age was uncertain. But his voice carried the kind of authority that both believers and skeptics could not easily dismiss. He appeared first among Watcher choirs, not to sing but to listen, and then among Bridger enclaves, not to build but to watch. To each he spoke not of their righteousness but of their exhaustion. "You keep hurling yourselves at the doors," he said, his voice low and gravelly, "but the doors ain't shut 'cause they're hard. They're shut 'cause you're asking the wrong question." His words spread through the caverns like a new line of fire. Watchers dismissed him as a fraud, a heretic twisting the memory of the Titan. Bridger scoffed that he was a charlatan peddling riddles instead of schematics. Yet others listened. Pilots worn thin by endless crusades, engineers who had buried too many crewmates, children of the lantern-born who wanted more than inheritance. They began to gather around him. He offered no hymns, no blueprints, only stories.
Around campfires in drifting stations or in caverns lit dimly by rain leaking through cracks, he would spin tales of how wealth was not in opening doors but in learning why they were built. He painted the lantern not at a destination, but at a mirror, showing humanity its own hunger. By the end of the decade, whispers of the Threadbare grew into a movement. They theyed themselves listeners, not watchers, not bridgers, not silent ones, but something in between. They built no fleets, launched no crusades, but drifted in smaller craft, setting up campfires on asteroids or derelicts, sharing stories and fragments of both song and machine. Their philosophy was not to rake the doors, but to prepare humanity for what might lie beyond them if e'er they chose to open. To watchers, this was blasphemy, denial of the sacred duty. To bridgers, it was cowardice, a retreat from the challenge of craft. To silent ones, it was both hope and threat proof that perhaps survival could be more than hiding, yet also another reason the void would not leave them in peace. The wars did not stop, the obsessions did not lessen, but something had shifted. For the first time since the Titanfall, a path emerged that was neither song, nor machine, nor silence, but story. And in a belt drunk on obsession, stories proved harder to kill than ships. The 2280s dawned with the belt in flames, though no one lit them with matches or torches.
They were born of engines, of resonance cannons, of hulls colliding in fury. Watcher crusades now stretched with vast migrations across the void. Flotillas of hymn ships glowing like lanterns themselves, their choirs screaming to the doors in voices amplified by machinery. Bridger fleets answered in time, not with hymns but with thunder, their forges spewing out weapons that turned resonance into force, ship frames into hammers. The belt was no longer just fractured, it was scarred, gouged, ripped open by humanity obsession. Entire caverns lay abandoned after battles, walls blackened, air gone, corpses frozen in postures of prayer or work. The silent ones retreated deeper still, sealing themselves away behind walls so thin that not even Watcher songs nor Bridger drills could breach them. In the silence, they whispered a prophecy that the lantern was not a promise but a punishment, and that every war proved it so. But amid the destruction, Darren the Threadbare walked unscathed. Or so it seemed. He moved between the wreckage of faith and machine, gathering those who had grown weary of endless war. He spoke in a voice rough with gravel, the cadence of the old cowboy telling a tale by the fire. Ain't no door worth dying for every year, he would mutter. Ain't no wealth in building or singing if all you leave behind is dust. His words did not demand belief. They did not thunder like watcher choirs or roar like bridger forges. They whispered soft as rain on tin roofs. And for many, that was enough. Pilots who once ferried war supplies abandoned their contracts to join his camps. Engineers tired of patching warships chose to repair old freighters for his journeys instead. Even a handful of watcher singers, disillusioned by years of unanswered hymns, fell silent and sat at his fires. The listeners became something neither sect could fully combat. They were too scattered to wipe out, too soft-spoken to declare outright enemies, yet too persistent to ignore. They would arrive at war-torn caverns, lighting campfires in the rubble, telling stories to the orphans left behind. They would wind on asteroids stripped bare of ore, planting small gardens under makeshift domes, and laugh when bridgers scoffed that such efforts were wasteful. They drifted into the shadows of abandoned watcher choir halls, filling them not with hymns, but with tales of what the lantern might mean if it was never meant to be opened and out. Maybe it ain't a door, Darren said once, leaning against a broken bulkhead as sparks from a failing power conduit fell like fireflies. Maybe it a mirror, an Elliot doing, showing us how we look when we're starving for something we can't touch. These whispers spread wider than even Darren intended. Watcher priests began to find their own singer stallion, asking questions mid-highway. What of the silence is the answer? Bridger foremen overheard their apprentices repeating Darren stories, these they hammered at halls. What if the lantern ain't for us to crack? And in the caverns of the silent ones, scribes began to record Darren words as if they, too, were prophecy. The watchers raged, declaring him a heretic whose voice was a trap to lure souls from their sacred duty. The Bridgers denounced him as a saboteur, claiming his movement weakened the resolve needed to rake the doors. Some even set out to hunt him, fleets and squads dispatched to find and silence his camps. But Darren never fought them. He would simply move, gathering his listeners and drifting elsewhere, leaving only ashes of campfires behind. His survival became legend. You can't kill a story, he told them once. It'll live in the next voice that carries it. Still, the wars continued. Watchers staged grand pilgrimages, hundreds of ships singing in chorus as they pressed toward the lantern. Bridgers launched colossal engines, devices so massive they stripped moons for materials, all to slam against impossible doors. And every time, Butler failed. Choirs screamed themselves hoarse, voices breaking in static, until only silence answered. Machines cracked, engines imploded, fleets scattered into wreckage, yet neither side would admit defeat. Each loss was twisted into justification. The Watchers said their voices were not yet pure enough. The Bridgers claimed their tools were not yet strong enough. The spiral of obsession deepened, pulling the belt into madness. The listeners grew not by conquest, but by inheritance of sorrow. For every failed crusade, for every shattered fleet, more survivors drifted to Darren fires. They brought with them fragment songs half-remembered, blueprints half-scorched, journals filled with failed equations. Darren let them off, weaving them into stories that belonged to no sect but to all of humanity. Around rainy domes and campfires crackling under artificial skies, he reminded them, wealth ain't in the doors, wealth in what we make when we stop banging our heads into them. Some wept, they laughed bitterly, but all listened. And so the listener camps grew, not with banners or wars, but with warmth. By the late 2280s, an uneasy truth had spread. The wars could rage forever, but the listeners would outlast them, because for every fleet lost, a story remained, and in the silence after cannon fire, stories carried further than song or steel. The 22 Dentleys came heavy, the long pause before a storm that everybody knows is coming. By then the belt was littered with the bones of fleets' hulls cracked and drifting, resonance towers gutted and dark. engines silenced by the vacuum they once tried to conquer. And still the watchers sang. Their crusades grew smaller, not for lack of zeal, but because every grand procession burned itself out before it reached the lantern. They said the silence was a trial, a test of patience, but to those listening closely, it sounded more of exhaustion than faith. The bridgers fared no better. Their forges still roared, but the younger apprentices were not the quick to pick up the hammer. Too many had seen their fathers and mothers lost to projects that swallowed decades only to yield dust. "You can't weld a dream," one apprentice muttered, laying down her tools, and her words rippled like cracks through a cavern wall. Through all this, the listeners grew. Darren fires never burned bright, just steady. No banners, no hymns, no engines shaking the belt. Just fire, rain on domes, soft voices in the dark. And somehow, that quietness grew louder than war. Camps of orphans raised on stories became crews who refused sect contracts. Disillusioned engineers brought their craft to the listeners, patching together freighters that could glide where warships wouldn't bother to tread. Even smugglers and drifters found themselves lingering, their pockets filled with stolen coin, but their ears caught by the old cowboy words, "Wealth ain't what you stack up, it what you leave behind when the stack tumbles," and tumble it did. In 224, the largest bridger engine in built, called the Atlas Drive, was aimed at one of the lantern doors. Whole asteroids had been stripped to build it, whole caverns emptied of people to fuel it. When it finally fired, the belt shook. Shock waves rippled out like thunder, cracking hulls in places hundreds of clicks away. For one glorious instant, it seemed like it might succeed. The door groaned, metal singing like a struck bell. But then the Atlas collapsed inward, its own force folding it to paper, crushing crews and burning caverns in a chain of fire. 30,000 lives vanished in a single heartbeat. The bridgers taunted it a tragedy, but vowed to rebuild. Others folly. The listeners saw it proof that the doors were not meant to be broken. 3 years later, the watchers launched what they named the final choir. Every ship they could muster, every singer who could still lift a voice, all aimed at the lantern. The sound was deafening, vibrating across the void, rattling stations from the inside out. For 6 days and nights they sang, the belt itself trembling under the pressure. And then, silence. Not the silence of surrender, but of collapse. Throats bled, lungs burst, ships, unshielded against their own resonance, cracked apart like eggshells. The final choir became a final grave. Survivors drifted, dazed, no songs left in them. The belt reeled. 2 sects had thrown everything they had at the lantern, and both had shattered. For the first time in living memory, there were no Watcher crusades, no bridger projects. The great engines lay cold. The choir hall sat empty. The caverns echoed only with the sound of dripping water and flickering flames. Into that silence the listeners stepped. They didn't claim victory. They didn't raise banners. They kept telling their stories, tending their fires, passing down the old cowboy words. Ain't no door worth dying for. Every year Darren reminded them, voice rasping with age. Wealth in the living, not in the pounding. The people, tired of war, began to agree. Children who had grown up under the shadow of crusades now raised their own without stepping into a choir hall or a forge. Farmers grew guards and domes once used to store weapons. Traders ferried goods not to fuel wars but to share between camps. Even old enemies, singers and builders found themselves sitting side by side listening to Darren's stories. Not every heart was changed, but enough were that the belt shifted. Wars that had once seemed eternal now looked like fading storms, leaving behind quiet fields ready for planting. By the late 2290s, Darren was an old man, his beard white, his hands trembling, and he fed kindling to the fire. The belt still bore scars, but the fire spread wider than the wounds. Camps of listeners dotted the asteroids, not in nitrices, but in clusters of warmth, each fire reflecting another. He looked out one rainy night at the glow of dozens of fires across the valley dome and said softly, maybe the lantern wasn't never meant to open. Maybe it was just meant to remind us that those things ain't ours to take, only ours to walk away from. And in that moment, for those who heard him, the belt felt richer than any treasure. The turn of the century came quieter than any belt-born had to know. The fires were steady, the domes no longer shook with the roar of engines or the thunder of choirs. Children grew up without watching their parents leave for crusades that never returned, or read whole caverns hollowed to feed projects that left only wreckage. Instead, they grew up listening to tales by the campfire, rain tapping on steel roofs, voices weaving old memories into lessons, and at the center of those lessons lingered the figure of Darren, though he himself was fading. His bones were brittle, his voice rasped more than it rumbled, but when he spoke, folk still leaned in, not for spectacle, but for the kind of truth you wanted to carry home in your pocket, like a warm stone. Some said it was luck, others called it exhaustion, that the belt was simply too tired to keep fighting, but for those who lived it, it felt like something stirred. Choice to step away from endless striving, to trade the weight of glory for the weight of small joys. Wealth came not in vaults, but in meals shared, not in cracked doors, but in laughter echoing through tunnels.
Different kind of prosperity. One that couldn't be tallied on a ledger, but could be felt in the hush of a community, lived together, flames painting their faces gold. And yet, the belt had always been a place of ambition, and ambition doesn't vanish, it bends. Younger generations, raised on Darren words but carrying the restless spark of youth, began to ask different questions. Not how do we rake the lantern, but what do we build in its shadow? They tinkered with old hulls, not to weaponize them, but to fashion garn that rotated in orbit, domes filled with green life under the watch of the stars. They mapped currents of dust and stone across the void, not to exploit them, but to chart safe paths for traders and travelers. They turned their hands to creation without conquest, to wealth without dominion. Darren watched all this with tired but glimmering eyes. He'd long known he would not see the lantern yield. He also knew he didn't need to. His legacy wasn't a cracked door or a silenced choir. It was in the simple act of folks gathering around firelight, sharing warmth in a cold expanse. One night, a rain slid down the dome above and the fire crackled low. He told a final story. Not about war, not about folly, but about a seed.
Our seed didn't demand the soil move for it, didn't rake stone in arrogance, simply lay quiet, patient until the day came it could rise. Maybe the Yumsowe, he whispered, seeds in the dark, waiting to rise when the time right. Not in fire, not in thunder, just in growing. He passed before dawn, his last breath carried on the hiss of rain. They buried him not under stone or steel, but beneath a garden grown inside a dome that once held weapons. Around him, flowers opened to the artificial sun, their colors bright against the black soil. Folk came from across the belt, not to wail, not to rage, but to sit in silence listening. For hours they did nothing but hear the rain, the crackle of torches, the soft murmur of the living. When they finally spoke, it wasn't with plans of conquest, it was with vows to carry the fire forward. The 2-300s dawned on a belt transformed. Trade routes grew safe, gardens flourished where battles once scarred, and children knew stories of loss but lived in seasons of peace. The lantern still loomed, its doors unbroken, its secrets kept, but now it was less a wound and more a monument, a reminder of what ambition without care would cost. And around it, flickering across the dark at Constellan, burned the fires of the listeners. Small, steady, endless wealth, not in gold or power, but in the simple endurance of light in the void. And so the belt did not collapse, nor did it conquer. It endured, softened by story, strengthened by choice. Darren's words lived on, his fire never fading, for every listener carried a spark. And when strangers drifted in from far-off systems seeking treasure or conquest, they found instead a people who had learned to measure wealth not in what they could take, but in what they could share. The visitors might laugh, scoff at the simplicity, but when night fell and the fires glowed, when rain tapped on domes and voices carried old cowboy stories through the halls, many of those strangers stayed because, in the end, The belt had found its richest vein, not in stone, not in engines, not in doors, but in the quiet wealth of living, tether, beneath the endless dark. The rains came heavier that season, drumming on the domes with a rhythm that almost sounded like applause. Folks took it as a blessing, a reminder that even in the cold void there were season cycles and renewal. Crops thrived in the hydro guard, water stores filled to the brim, and children danced barefoot on steel floors as droplets trickled down the seams. The belt had known scarcity for so long that abundance felt like a kind of miracle, though the elders said it wasn't chance, it was patience. For years, folk had chosen restraint over hunger for conquest, investment over plunder, and now the earth, or what scraps of it they'd managed to haul between worlds, was giving back. Trade was a different beast now. No more desperate bargaining with outer merchants who saw belt miners eat expended hands. Instead, caravans of goods moved with pride, bearing fruits and grains, hand-woven cloth, even barrels of whiskey brewed in hidden caves. It was wealth that spoke of culture, not survival. The younger ones, who had never known the taste of war or the panic of empty stores, grew bold. They wanted stories of adventure, not caution. They asked for tales of daring salvage runs, of near misses with collapsing asteroids, of fortunes made by guts and grit. The elders smiled, indulging them, but reminded them gently, adventure was sweet only 'cause a safe home waited at the end. That home had a heartbeat now, not just domes and steel, but festivals, songs, and rituals. Every solstice, fires were lit across the belt, synchronized by careful timing. From one station to the next, signals sparked, torches flared, and the void was painted in flickering constellation of flame. It wasn't about worship. It was about remembering. Each fire carried the weight of voices past, the stories that had carved the belt into what it was, and at every fire, someone always told of Darren, not in tame, not with ceremony, but in simple phrases. He kept the flame. He reminded us to endure. He spoke of seeds. His name had become less a person and more a compass, pointing folk toward the quiet kind of wealth that didn't rust or fade. Still, time pressed forward. With peace came curiosity, and with curiosity came journeys outward. Ships left the belt not to raid, but to explore. Some returned with stories of thriving colonies, others of barren rocks. A few never came back at all, their signals fading into static. But even their loss was met with a different kind of grief. Not despair, but reverence. They carried our fire into the dark, folk would say, raising a glass in their honor. It was the kind of legacy Darren would have understood. Wealth, not in what you brought back, but in the courage to carry the spark forward. Among the young explorers was a girl named Jessa, born under domes that had never known fear. She carried with her a book of old cowboy tales, passed down and reprinted so many times the ink belled at the edges. She said the stories steadied her, reminded her that even the hardest journeys could be faced with grit and humor. When she left, bound for a system no one in the belt had charted, she promised to light a fire wherever she landed, so that the belt glow would never be confined to one place. Folk laughed at her youthful confidence, but when news came back years later of a new settlement thriving under her guidance, no one laughed anymore. They simply lit another torch and whispered, "Another fire burns." So it went. The belt stretched out not through conquest but through connection. Outposts became colonies, colonies became towns, and towns became voices in the growing chorus of human survival. The lantern still loomed, its silence aimed deep and unyielding at air, but fewer and fewer spoke of cracking it open. It had become less a goal and more a reminder that not every door was meant to be forced, and not every secret was worth bleeding for. Children still asked about it wide-eyed, but the elders chuckled, telling them instead about seeds, patience, and fires that never went out. And on nights of heavy rain, when the fire crackled low and the neon humma dimmed, voices carried the stories forward of Darren, of Jessa, of unnamed explorers who carved paths not for riches, but for the simple wealth of living. In those moments, the belt felt infinite, not because of what it could conquer, but because of what it could remember. The settlement Jessa built was unlike any the belt had to know. It wasn't carved out of stone tunnels or patched together from scrap domes. No, This one had soil beneath its foundations, a horizon that stretched wider than any steel canopy, and skies that shifted colors with the turning of seasons. Folk back home could hardly picture it, though she described it in letters carried by trade ships. Wheat swaying in fields, wind rustling leaves of trees grown from belt seed stock, rivers that sang a constant lullaby to miners who had lived lifetimes in the hum of air recyclers. Such images sounded like fantasy, yet they knew it was real because Jessa's words carried the weight of sweat and sacrifice. Her colony wasn't built on gold or oil, or even the promise of rare ore. It was built on trust. Every settler carried something from the belt, an heirloom, a packet of seeds, a song etched into their memory, and those pieces became the bones of the new place. When disputes arose, they settled them around fires, just as their ancestors had done. When the harvest came in, they celebrated with stories, each voice echoing back to the belt TF across a canyon. Wealth there was measured not in stockpiles, but in the laughter of children running wild in open air. But build a new life was no easy ride. Storms swept across the plains, tearing roofs free and flooding fields. Supplies ran low. A mining corporation, hearing of the colony's success, tried to stake claims nearby and siphon off resources. It was then that Jessa cowboy tales showed their worth. She would gather her people by firelight and read aloud stories of drifters and settlers who faced bandits, drought, or loneliness, but still held on. The frontier, she would say, ain't about the danger, it's about what you choose to protect. Those words became a creed. The settlers fought not with rifles, but with resolve. When the corporation sent lawyers, the colony sent back a declaration. We do not claim the land claims us, and we answer with care. It was such a strange statement that even the courts took notice. Instead of being crushed, Jessa people were granted stewardship, a legal recognition that tied their survival not to ownership, but to guardianship. And so the colony endured, rooted not in conquest, but in stewardship of soil and spirit. Back in the belt, news of Jessa's stand traveled at wildfire. Folk who had once believed survival meant hard bargains and sharp blades began to see another way. The colony became a mirror in which the belt saw itself. Not it a people forever clinging to scraps, but they a culture that could thrive anywhere by carrying its fire, its patience, its stories. Children began to dream differently. Where once they had asked when they'd see their first asteroid vein, now they asked when they might see a sky. Where once they counted stars as cold markers, they began to see them as invitations. Generate rolled on and Jessa grew old. Her hair turned silver, her hands calloused from both plow and pen. Yet she still told stories by the fire. She told of the belt, of the lantern, of the lessons that had shaped her. She told of patience and endurance, but also of daring, of how the belt taught her to hold fast, but the frontier taught her to leap. And when her time came, she asked for no grand tomb, only that a fire be lit on the highest hill, so its glow might be seen by the ships passing above. Carry it on, she whispered. The fire not mine, it ours. The belt honored her in time. Across domes and stations, flames were lit, synchronized as they always were, but this time with one difference, a gap left deliberately, a patch of darkness in the chain of light. Not a mourning, but a respect. For Jessa fire had moved beyond their sight, and they trusted it still burned, unseen but eternal. Children grew up hearing her name the way their parents had heard Darren. Not a hero to worship, but a reminder of what it meant to choose wealth not of coin, but of life carried forward. And so the stories braided together, Darren patience, Jessa daring, countless unnamed voices filling the spaces between. The belt stretched outward, colonies blooming like sparks scattered on the wind, each carrying seeds, each telling stories, each lighting fires. The void was still vast, still hungry, still filled with silence, but it no longer felt empty. It felt alive with echoes, a chorus of voices that would never fade, so long as folk kept telling them under rain, under stars, by firelight. The belt did not change all at once, nor with fanfare. It shifted slowly, the way dawn breaks over a range of hills, one light at a time until the darkness finally retreats. Where once every dome and station fought to hoard its secrets, new councils began forming, small gatherings where old miners and young dreamers sat together to talk about what they owed one another. Out of those councils grew the first schools of fireplaces where children were taught not just how to read gauges and patch leaks, but how to carry stories. They memorized daring patience, Jessa daring, the lessons of countless others whose names might never be written down but whose choices had carved survival out of vacuum. These schools became the backbone of the Belt, reminding folk that wealth was not a chest to be guarded, but a flame to be passed. Law, too, began to take a different shape. In the early days, Belt justice had been simple and brutal airlock punishment for theft, exile for betrayal. But under the influence of the new stories, something softer and stronger began to take root. A council of elders from across domes and colonies drafted what they called the Pact of Lanterns. It was not law in the sense of codes and statutes. It was a pledge, a declaration that every Belt-born soul was bound by 3 duties: to guard the flame, to pass it on, and to never let hunger or fear strip another of their dignity. Even corporations, once feared for their greed, found themselves bending to the pact, not because of enforcement, but because the settlers who lived by it grew stronger, more resilient, harder to rake. Contracts meant little compared to a creed shared by an entire people. The wealth of the Belt began to show itself in new forms. Where once riches were counted in rare ores, now they were measured in songs, in harvests, in the steady hum of domes that no child went hungry. A family who had nothing more than a sin lamp and the stories they told could still be considered wealthy. Folk spoke of fire-rich households, where the flame of tradition burned bright even if their cupboards were bare. Such wealth proved far harder to steal than gold or grain, and it spread faster too, carried in memory and retelling. The transformation was not without struggle. There were always those who clung to the old ways of counting, who believed numbers on a ledger mattered more than fireside oaths. They scoffed at the Pact of Lanterns, calling it naive, calling it weak. And yet, when calamity struck, when hulls cracked, when crops failed, when storms raged through the colonies, it was the pact folk who endured. Their willingness to share, to shoulder one another burdens, kept them standing when the old hoarders fell silent. Each disaster became proof of the new wealth, each trial another tale to tell by the fire, and so the Belt stretched further, pushing past the old frontier into regions once thought unreachable. With each new step, settlers carried soil, seeds, and stories. They lit fires on strange worlds and beneath alien skies, and always the ritual was the same: a circle held, a flame tended, a tale told. Children born light years from the first dome still knew the names of Darren and Jessa, their voices blending with new names added each generation. The wealth of the Belt was no longer bound to any one place. It had become a living river, flowing outward, carried by every hand willing to tend its fire. In time, travelers from distant systems began to take notice. They came expecting to trade for minerals or metals, but they left speaking of something else entirely. The Belt folk, they said, do not sell riches, they share fire. It was a strange reputation, yet a powerful one. For in a universe still cold and hungry, the promise of warmth and belonging was more valuable than any treasure. The Belt became not yet a people of survivors, but a people of teachers, wanderers who brought fire wherever they went. Their stories, told in drawling voices that carried the cadence of old cowhands and settlers, became a currency more enduring than coin. And through it, the campfire remained the heart of it. Rain or shine, vacuum or atmosphere, Belt folk fed around flames, sometimes wood, sometimes recycled gas, sometimes holographic light, but always with the same reverence. The fire was no longer merely heat or light, it was inheritance, wealth unbroken by time. Each new spark was proof that they had endured, and each shared tale proof that they would endure still. In that glow, faces lined with age and hands scarred from labor, blood younger, softer, reminded of what truly mattered. Wealth, they had learned, was not the possession of one, but the persistence of men. and as long as fires burned in the belt, long as voices rose in story, no darkness, speed of space, hunger or greed could swallow them whole. The influence of the belt fire-born wealth spread in ripples, subtle at first, then undeniable. Traders from settled planets carried more than cargo in their holds when they left belt stations. They carried impressions, memories of nights spent around makeshift fires in docking bays or hydroponic gardens where the glow of bioluminescent algae cast shadows like candlelight. They carried the sound of voices weaving stories so rich that numbers and prices seemed small in comparison. Soon, wherever these travelers went, they began retelling what they had seen and heard, and the legend of the belt fire became a contagion. On the polished worlds of the inner systems, where wealth was displayed in towers of glass and markets so complex even scholars could not untangle them, the fire stories seemed quaint at first, a curiosity. But in quiet corners, among the laborers, the street vendors, the overlooked, those stories struck something deep. Here were tales that said wealth was not the cold gleam of credit balances, but the steady flame of care, of persistence, of legacy. Workers began lighting small fires in alleyways and rooftops, recalling the belt folk ways, whispering stories of their own. It frightened the powerful, because stories moved faster than law, and fire spread in ways that could not be taxed or seized. And yet, even as their influence grew, the belt folk themselves remained humble. They did not seek to export a doctrine, nor to claim any moral high ground. To them, gathering around the fire was as natural as breathing. It was not something to be taught, only shared. When outsiders came, they were welcomed with the same simple ritual. Sit, listen, speak if you wish, and know that in this circle you belong. No contracts, no pretense, just the ancient rhythm of flame and voice that more than anything drew hearts. Some settlers, however, began to wonder if this growing reverence might twist their flame into something it was never meant to be. There were whispers that the Beltway was becoming a commodity itself, packaged and sold by merchants who saw profit in candles and campfire motifs. Fears arose that the fire might be stripped of its soul, turned into another marketable novelty. Yet when these concerns reached the elders, their answer was calm. A hollow fire cannot warm, they said. Those who seek only to mimic us will feel only smoke. The true flame cannot be sold, only carried back home. In the quiet spaces of domes and stations, the belt continued to grow in ways far removed from commerce. Families thrived not because of sudden riches, but because they no longer faced survival alone. Old miners who once died forgotten now spent their final years surrounded by voices eager to hear their tales. Young folk who might once have been tempted by reckless ventures or false promises found strength in stories that reminded them they were not starting from nothing. Every child grew up knowing that even if their hands were empty, they inherited something greater than gold, the unbroken chain of flame and memory. Generans began to measure time not in rotations or calendars, but in stories. This was 3 fires, they might say, meaning 3 nights of great telling. This was before the Lantern Pact, referring to a collective promise passed down like scripture. In this way, history itself became alive, woven into daily speech. Scholars from outside systems marveled at the Belt oral archives, how they preserved centuries of wisdom without ink or screens, yet with an accuracy that rivaled any library. What kept it so pure, they realized, was the reverence of community. To alter a story was to dishonor those who came before, and so every teller, no matter how creative, knew where to draw the line between invention and inheritance. The rains of foreign planets, the storms of gas giants, the black silence of deep space, all of it seemed less daunting when a belt fire was lit. Even in places where real flame was impossible, projections and lamps were shaped to flicker like firelight, because the spirit of the ritual mattered more than the material. Pilots who ventured to uncharted systems carried small lanterns with them, igniting their glow before long journeys, both prayer and promise. If one was lost to the void, Others would know that their flame still traveled among the stars. And as decades turned, something remarkable began to happen. The belt influence returned to its source. Outsiders brought back new stories, new flames blending them into the old. Around the campfires, voices told of distant cultures, of rivers and mountains belt folk had never seen, and yet, through story, they now knew them. Wealth became a tapestry. Richer was every borrowed thread. The belt had taught the galaxy that wealth was fire, but the galaxy in turn taught the belt that fire grows brighter when it takes in new sparks. Still, amid all that growth, the essence remained unchanged. Around the glow of fire, be it wood, plasma, or hologram, the voices of belt folk continued to draw with the ease of cowhands and wanderers. They spoke of hardship without shame, of triumph without boasting, of wealth not that a possession but as a gift. And in those moments it was clear to all who listened, here in crackle and warmth was a treasure no darkness could extinguish. The belt way of fire and story spread outward not because anyone sought conquest, but because those who witnessed it could not forget what they had felt. On distant orbital stations, traders who had once rushed from deal to deal now paused at dusk to kindle small flames, remembering the warmth of belt gatherings. Pilots spoke over comms in long-haul convoys, not only to relay coordinates, but to share fragments of tales, each voice weaving into a tapestry that stretched across light years. Slowly, subtly, the frenetic pulse of commerce softened, shaped by a rhythm older than any ledger, the steady flicker of flame. Yet for the belt's influence, its folk remained wary of pride. They had seen in centuries past how wealth could corrode when it grew too grand, too self-assured. To guard against that, they kept their rituals simple. No temple was built to house their fires, no grand council to dictate their stories. Instead, any place with warmth and voices became holy enough. This humility was their shield, preventing the flame from being twisted into dogma. A belt fire was not a religion nor a law, it was a reminder. A call to return again and again to the roots of what made life worth living. One night during a gathering in a mining outpost pressed against the asteroid crust, a visitor from the inner world spoke up after long silence. He was a banker by trade, sharp-suited, hands soft from years without labor. His eyes carried the weight of exhaustion, though his ledger was full. He confessed that though his vaults overflowed, he felt poorer than in, as each coin he counted drained his spirit further. Around the fire, no one mocked him, no one chastised him. Instead, an old belt woman leaned forward and told him a story of her youth. When she had survived 3 winters with little but faith and neighbors' kindness, her faith was not in the survival, but in the joy she found after, when she realized that wealth was measured not by what she held, but by who stood beside her. The banker wept, not for his poverty, but for his blindness. And in the smoke of that outpost fire, he found a new reckoning of worth. Such moments repeated across systems. Soldiers wearied from endless campaigns, merchants jaded by endless bargaining, wanderers with no place to call home, all found their way to belt fires. Some stayed settling among the domes and mines. Others returned to their worlds, carrying with them sparks of what they had learned. What united them was not doctrine, nor creed, but the memory of belonging. Even as their influence spread, the belt remained vulnerable to hardship. Mines still collapsed, crops still failed, and accidents in the void still stole lives. But when tragedy struck, the fire meaning grew sharper, not dimmer. In mourning, stories became eulogies, keeping the lost alive in memory. When an entire station went dark after a reactor breach, belt folk bathed in silence, then told the stories of each who had lived there until the fire itself seemed to glow with their presence. Grief was not erased, but transformed, given shape and meaning. Children of the belt grew into adults with a peculiar keen of resilience. They were not hardened in the way of warriors, nor cynical in the way of profiteers. Instead, they carried a quiet confidence that no matter how far they traveled, they would never be without wealth, for wealth was fire, and fire could be kindled anywhere. That belief steadied them in storms, in failure, in exile. It made them the kind of people others sought out in times of trouble. For a belt-born soul would calm a room not with authority but with presence. As decades rolled by, stories accumulated like layers of coal. each compressed by time into something unbreakable, the belt became less a place than an inheritance. Even those who had never set foot on an asteroid spoke of the belt with reverence, as if it were an ancestral home. Whole generations of wanderers carried belt lanterns without having seen the mines or domes, yet the fire still burned true in them. For that was the belt's final greatest wealth, that could be carried anywhere, yet remain undiminished. And so it was that in taverns on alien moons, aboard frigates lost in the deep dark, within palaces of marble and glass, one might still find a flame flickering and a voice drawling in that slow cowboy cadence. Tales of hardship and triumph, of laughter and loss. Those who there leaned close not for profit, not for advantage, but for something rarer, a glimpse of what it meant to live rich in spirit, even if the pockets were empty. And when the fire at last dwindled, each listener rose with more than they had come with, for in their hearts another flame had been lit. The years pressed onward, and while the belt gathering still burned bright in scattered domes and cabins, new tales began to rise of individuals who carried the flame farther than most dared wander. One such soul was Elias Harrow, a drifter born on no settled rock, raised in a drifting caravan of traders who followed ore veins from one end of the system to the other. Elias had never known a home beyond what could be packed and moved, yet when he first stumbled into a belt fire, something inside him settled that he had been wandering toward that glow his entire life. He stayed longer than he planned, working the mines by day and learning the stories by bite, until the rhythm of fire and tale rocked him be one of their own. But Elias was no man to stay tethered. When he left, he carried with him a lantern, small and battered, but it was said that wherever Elias went, he lit fires that led strangers into kin. On a freight hauler bound for a distant colony, Elias began his ritual. At first, the crew laughed at him, calling the fire foolishness, a superstition fit only for asteroid miners too lonely to endure the dark. But when storms of cosmic dust battered the ship and left systems crippled, it was Elias' fire that steadied them. Huddled on its glow, crew who had barely spoken to one another began to share not complaints but stories. Stories of their homes, their loves, their regrets. By the time the hauler limped into safe harbor, the crew swore that without the nightly fire their spirit would have broken long before their hull. They left Elias richer than gold could buy, not in coin but in bonds forged under flame. Years later, colonists spoke of a stranger who came to their struggling outpost with little more than a lantern and a calm voice. The soil was barren, tempers frayed, and violence simmered that hunger gnawed at patience. Elias built a fire outside the central dome, not to preach nor command, but simply to tell a story about a belt widow who had once survived famine by sharing what little she had with neighbors who later saved her life in return. Slowly, one by one, settlers drifted from their quarrels to the flame. They listened, then spoke, and before long food was divided with fairness. Disputes softened into cooperation. No one recalled exactly when the fires became nightly ritual, only that when Elias moved on, the flame never truly left. In time, Elias became less a man than a myth. Some swore he had lived for centuries wandering endlessly, carrying the first fire of the belt across the stars. Others believed he was many people, each picking up the lantern when the last bearer grew weary, but all agreed on one truth. Wherever he went, despair diminished, and wealth, true wealth, flourished in the form of community. The lantern itself, whether it truly existed or was imagined, became a symbol, drawn into carvings, etched into seals, tattooed on skin, a simple flame in a weather-bare vessel, glowing against darkness. Yet Elias was not alone in his wandering. Others, inspired by him, carried the fire into new realms. Mara King, a woman once cast out from the inner worlds for debts she could never repay, rebuilt herself in belt tradition. She turned her shame into story, telling by firelight how her ruin taught her the folly of chasing coin without kin. Her voice, rough and unashamed, drew thousands who had tasted the same hunger for money without meaning. In her gathering, she taught them to measure success not by riches amassed, but by the warmth of lives touched. So powerful were her words that debt, to once scorned and cast aside, began to see themselves not the failures but the bearers of hard lessons to be shared. In time, Mara's name was spoken in the same breath as Elias, another lantern in the endless night. As the legend of such wanderers spread, Belt folk watched with both pride and unease. Pride, because their way of fire had kindled far beyond their domes. Unease, because they knew how quickly wealth of any kind, even wealth of spirit, could sour when codified into dogma.
They feared the day when councils or kings would try to claim ownership of the flame, to bend it toward power. And indeed, attempts were made. On one wealthy trade world, a governor declared himself keeper of the eternal flame, demanding tribute from on who wished to gather around sanctioned fires. But the people rebelled, for the belt had taught them that no one could own fire. The governor flame burned out, but the people lit their own, free and unbound. Through these tales, the belt philosophy hardened not into rules, but into instincts passed from heart to heart. Children learned from their elders not through lectures, but through stories shared in the hush of firelight. Travelers sought out flames in foreign lands, knowing they would be welcomed. Even wars could be softened. Emissaries carried belt fires into battlefields. Way for one night, combatants laid down weapons and spoke men and when instead of enemies. Some conflicts reignited the next dawn, but others cooled entirely, dissolved by the revelation that all were bound by the same hunger for warmth and belonging. So it was that across the vast reaches of space, the belt true wealth spread not by decree nor by force, but by flame and story, one fire at a time. No empire could chart its borders, no treasury could measure its value. For it existed wherever a soul, weary and wandering, found comfort in another voice under the glow of firelight.
And long as the void remained dark and cold, the fire would remain necessary. Eternal live the